Yeah, because it's dropping. Yeah. No, it looks it's fine. Yeah, it was just now. One, two, yeah. Something inside is so strong. Now that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. No, it will be louder though, but. Oh no, I know that I can make it. For you doing me wrong, so wrong. I thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Yes, I can. Okay. I know that I can make it. Just me. But you're doing me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. There's something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. It's fine, thanks.
Amba digufuna esindlini nasezitradweni ezibhedlela entilongweni digufumane laguchoni langa. It's good.
Okay, cool. Can we do something with keys then? I'll put something there singing.
3.
There are two, it's the national anthem, and then after that we're doing one song. And then right at the end there's another one. Or somewhere in the program. Morning. There's another one. Are your keys on? Let's do I'll Rise Up.
Welcome.
You're broken down and tired, live life on a merry-go-round. You can find the fire, but I see it in you, and we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains. 'Cause I'll rise up today, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. 'Cause I'll rise up, I like the ways, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. 'Cause I'll rise up, I'll rise up the ways, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, I like the ways, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, there's something inside so strong.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become.
The taller I become,
The further you take my rights away, the faster I will run.
the faster I will run.
Deny my place in time, you squam the world that's mine. My light will shine so bright it will blind you.
something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will see. You hide behind the walls of Jericho. Your walls will come tumbling down. Deny my space in time. You scrum the world that's mine. My light will shine so bright it will blind you. Because there's
Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
brothers and sisters, when they insist that we're just not good enough, good enough, you're good enough, yeah. When you know better, just look them in the eyes and say,
We're gonna do it anyway. 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 Sizo Pumelela, Sizo Pigelela, Sizo Pigelela, Sizo Pigelela, Sizo Pigelela, Sizo Pigelela, Gege Basi Pete Namhlanje.
something inside so strong.
I know that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. That's it. Usibuluke morena, sibuluke sichabasa, Jesus sichabasa, South Africa, usibuluke. Usibuluke morena, usibuluke sichabasa, Jesus sichabasa, South Africa,
sisikeleli Afrika naluphakanyisu phondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu ufedise dintwa le matshwenye usibuluke usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu sitshaba sa South Africa South Africa die blauw van onze hemel en die diepte van ons ziel waar ons ewige geëgtes waar die kranse antwoord gee sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
On the 80 blow, that key change. 80 blow, one, there was supposed to be a key change.
Oh, key change.
In the but rather, when they do that key change, you can just sing it.
Okay.
Because there's definitely a key change. You can't change it because it's something everybody's gonna sing along.
Oh, okay.
So there you can just, when it comes to 80 blow, you can start playing and everybody can just sing it.
Okay.
Because there's a key changes, so you guys are in two different keys now. Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
We're fine, thanks.
So you could.
Yeah. Just remember your mic number. Para. So that's that.
jeans, you can't get up in between. You're trying to get a piece of me, I can teach you a couple things. Why you looking at me like I ain't give you no choice? If I count to 3, then you be on your knees. You ever hear like Cartier? Oh, you can't get this out of your mind. He say he like that Laffy Taffy. He's so goofy, call me daddy. He go stupid, he go daffy. Introduce me to his pappy. He can never live without me. I'm so real, I never capping. If he got it like that, I can take it there. Cause my booty so big, work, Lord, have mercy. I keep pausing like I do. I keep flossing like I do. I keep saucing like I do. I keep causing like it do. All these hands up in my jeans. You can't get up in between. You're trying to get a piece of me, I can teach you a couple things. I keep pausing like I do. I keep flossing like I do. I keep saucing like I do. I keep causing like it do. All these hands up in my jeans. You can't get up in between. You're trying to get a piece of me, I can teach you a couple things. Like how to surf a man, how to work a man. It's on purpose, I'm doing it big. Body language like speaking Spanglish. I'll educate you how to do this shit. Temporary, that's never rare. I'm necessary, yeah, I am that bitch. You can't get this out of your mind. He say he like that Laffy Taffy. He's so goofy, call me daddy. He go stupid, he go daffy. Introduce me to his pappy. He can never live without me. I'm so real, I never capping. If he got it like that, I can take it there. Cause my booty so big, work, Lord, have mercy. I keep flossing like I do. I keep flossing like I do. I keep saucing like I do. I keep causing like it do. All these eyes up in my jeans. You can't get up in between. You're trying to get a piece of me, I can teach you a couple things. I keep flossing like I do. I keep flossing like I do. I keep saucing like I do. I keep causing like it do. All these eyes up in my jeans. You can't get up in between. You're trying to get a piece of me, I can teach you.
Swear I meant to mean the best when it ended. Even tried to bite my tongue when you started shit. Now you're texting all my friends, asking questions. They never even liked you in the first place. Dated a girl that I hate for the attention. She only made it 2 days with a connection. It's like you'd do anything for my affection. You're going all about it in the worst ways. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through. So let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass car and that shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. You said you just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through. So let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F.
Close my eyes and sometimes see you in the shadow of that smoke-filled room. No telling how many tears I've sat here and cried, or how many lies that I've lied, telling my poor heart you'll come back someday. Oh, but I'll be alright as long
room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing out of the beams of the neon moon. Jukebox plays on, drink battery, and the words to every sad song seem to say what I think. And this pain inside of me, it ain't ever gonna end. Oh, but I'll be alright as long as there's light on the neon moon. Oh, if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing out of the beams of the neon moon. Oh, if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing out of the beams of the neon moon.
I'm good on the side, it's alright. Just hold me in the dark. No one's got to know what we do. Hit me up when you fall. Nah. 'Cause I live down the street, so we meet when you need and it's yours. All I is, nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. I'm not. We don't gotta hide. This is what you like, gotta admit. Nothing feels better than this. You say we're just friends, but I swear when nobody's around, you keep my hand around your neck. We connect, are you feeling it now? 'Cause I am. I got so hotter than that, I swear to God, from my feet and lift the ground. Oh yeah, you're back against the wall. This is all we've been talking about. In my ears, nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. I'm not. We don't gotta hide. This is what you like, gotta admit. Nothing feels better. Left, right. Take you back from your side, side. Like that, like that. No, left, right. Take you back from your side, side. Like nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better than this. We don't gotta lie. Nothing feels better than this.
How much money you got? 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 A lot. How much money you got? A lot. How many problems you got? A lot. How many people done doubted you? A lot. Left you out to rot? A lot. How many pray that you flop? A lot. How many lawyers you got? A lot. How many times you got shot? A lot. How many niggas you shot? A lot. How many times did you ride? A lot. How many niggas done died? A lot. How many times did you cheat? A lot. How many times did you lie? A lot. How many times did she leave? A lot. How many times did she cry? A lot. How many chance and she done gave you. Fuck around with these thighs. Every day that I'm alive, I'ma ride with this stick. I'd rather be broke in jail than be dead and rich. Told my brothers take my breath if I turn to a snitch. But I'm 21 for L, ain't no way I'ma switch. Penitential chances just to make a couple bucks. My heart so cold I could put it in my cup. Game versus the world, me and my dog, it was us. Then you went and wrote a statement and that really fucked me up. My brother lost his life and it turned me to a beast. My brother got life and it turned me to the streets. I've been through the storm and it turned me to a G. But the other side was sunny, I get paid to rap on beats. How much money you got? A lot. How many problems you got? A lot. How many people done doubted you? A lot. Left you out to rot? A lot. How many pray that you flop? A lot. How many lawyers you got? A lot. How many times you got shot? A lot. How many niggas you shot? A lot. How many times did you ride? A lot. How many niggas done died? A lot. How many times did you cheat? A lot. How many times did you lie? A lot. How many times did she leave? A lot. How many times did she cry? A lot. How many chances she done gave you? Fuck around with these thighs. A lot.
Yeah, I just came from the A, I drove back home, 6-hour drive, 6.5. Before I left, I stopped by and seen my nigga 21 in the studio. He had 2 of his kids with him right in the studio. That's when I knew. Stand up nigga, I love seeing shit like that. Question: how many faking they streams, getting they plays from machines? I can see behind the smoke and mirrors, niggas ain't really big as they seem. I never say anything, everybody got their thing. Some niggas make millions, other niggas make memes. I'm on a money routine, I don't want smoke, I want cream. I don't want no more comparisons, this is a marathon. And I'm aware I've been playing a bet from a lack of promotions. I never was one for the bragging and boasting. I guess I was hoping the music would speak for itself, but the people want everything else. Okay, no problem, I show up on every one album. You know what the outcome will be. I'm betting 1,000, it's got to the point that these rappers don't even like rapping with me. Fuck it, cause my nigga 21 Savage just hit me and told me he sent me a spot on a new record he got. He called it a lie. I opened my book and I jot. Pray for Takashi, they wanting a rap. I picture him inside a cell on a cot, reflecting on how he made it to the top, wondering if it was worth it or not. I pray for Markel cause they fucked up his shot. Just want you to know that you got it, my nigga. Though I never met you, I know that you special and that the Lord bless you. Don't doubt it, my nigga. Dennis Smith Jr., stay solid, my nigga. I'm on a tangent, not how I planned it. I had some fans that hopped in a band and shit when they thought that I wasn't gon' pan. Now I got a plan. They say the success is the greater revenge. Tell all your friends, call on a mission, submitting the spot is the greatest that did it before it all ends, nigga.
How much money you got? A lot. How many problems you got? A lot. How many people done doubted you? A lot. Left you out to rot? A lot. How many pray that you flop? A lot. How many lawyers you got? A lot. How many times you got shot? A lot. How many niggas you shot? A lot. How many times did you ride? A lot. How many niggas done died? A lot. How many times did you cheat? A lot. How many times did you lie? A lot. How many times did she leave? A lot. How many times did she cry? A lot. How many chances she done gave you? Fuck around with these thighs. A lot.
Let me be your woman, 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 woman. I can be your woman, 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 woman. Let me be your woman, 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 woman. I can be your woman, 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 woman. What you need, she give tenfold. Come here, Papa, plant your seed. She can go right from her womb of family. Provide love you overlooked and unappreciated. You see, you can reciprocate. I got delicious taste. You need a woman's touch in your place. Just protect her and keep her safe. Baby, worship my hips and waist. So feminine with grace. I touch your soul when you hear me say, boy, let me be your woman.
shit. And you would never know a guy without a goddess is honest as fucking honest. Kidding, I could be on everything. I mean, I could be the leader, head of all the states. I could smile and jiggle it till his pockets empty. I could be the CEO just like a Robin Fenty. And I'ma be there for you cause you on my team, girl. Don't ever think you ain't hell of these niggas' dream, girl. They wanna pit us against each other when we succeed. And for no reasons, they wanna see us end up like we were Gina or Mean Girl. Princess or queen, tomboy or king. You've heard a lot you've never seen. Mother Earth, Mother Mary, rise to the top. Divine feminine, I'm feminine. Woman, let me be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. Let me be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be a woman. Woman, woman, woman.
In the field, bitch, I'm deep in. I was raised in the deep end. I know niggas be sinking. Take your bitch and go deep in. But I gave it back while you tweaking. Come around with that rah-rah. We leave you dead on the cement. With the game, we ain't playing fair. Matter of fact, we don't play at all. OG was in the air, but we better run till we smoke it all. Wasn't on the front, boy, you better fall. We don't kill them dead, we don't kill them all. Might spend a 10 when I'm in the mall. I was on the bin with it in my draw. Hit that smoking, I'm blacking. Hit that smoking, I black out. If he run, blow his back down. I was gone, but I'm back down. These niggas gon' forward, but I never back down. In the school, I was trapping. In the school, you was class clown. Hey, down the street. Hey, I pray to Lord, my soul the key. Yeah. Like a locksmith, I got the key. Yeah. Pull up, make all niggas bleed. Hey, I got water like overseas. Hey, bitch, how about like NBA? Yeah. Hey, bitch, how about like MVP? I got money, they envy me.
I ain't got too much time to spare, but I make time for you to show how much I care. Wish that I would let you break my walls, but I'm still spinning out of control from the fall. Boy, you give good love, I won't lie. It's what keeps me coming back even though I'm terrified. I know that it's wrong, but I want to have fun. Yeah. Yeah. I know that it's wrong, but I want to have fun. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Out of all the people in the world, what is the likelihood of jumping out of my life and into yours? Maybe, baby, I'm just losing my mind. 'Cause this is trouble, but it feels right. Keeping on the edge of heaven and hell is a battle that I cannot fight. I'm a fool, but they all think I'm blind. I'd rather be a fool than leave myself behind. I don't have to explain myself to you. I'm a grown woman and I do what I want to do. I know that it's wrong, but I want to have fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Stars come up, but there's nowhere to run. I feel surrounded. Her feels better when I'm by myself. No one really means it when they're wishing you well. I got no one to call, no one. And people only love you when they're needing your help. Down, laying down, staring at my ceiling fan. Everybody acting like they give a damn. Where is everybody when you need a hand? I've been burning rubber on the Michelin, flying in the rain like I'm Superman. I could say I love it, but it just depends. Cause I'm in love for bad luck. I'm in love for bad luck. Move too close, get caught up. Move too close, get caught up. I'm in love for bad luck. I'm in love for bad luck. Move too close, get caught up. Move too close, get caught up. I'm in love. If you're gonna love me, you gotta love all of me. Gotta love me. Love deeper than that. Now if you're gonna leave me, better run far away. I hate for you to leave me. Cause I'm in love for bad luck. I'm in love for bad luck. Move too close, get caught up. Move too close, get caught up. I'm in love for bad luck. I'm in love for bad luck. Move too close, get caught up. Move too close, get caught up. I'm in love.
Mine with my fam, this is all about fixed days long. Can't stop a nigga, no bitch. Nah, King Richard, know you ain't hip. Yeah. Get it, tryna stop me, hate on my growth. Caught her on the road, he won't slow. You seen the boy, range around, don't mean to be mean, but I'm on a high peak level. Rolling on the ice in the bezel, clean. How it goes when you're a damaged man. This is how it goes when you're a damaged man. Serving heat meaner than your teams is out the gate. Oh man, yeah, I've been struggling, dodging the niggas that let it go hate. Boom, boom, new can never looking, about to go post, so tell me who relate. And then I'm lost on the freeway, bucked-in, thinking about the life I made. Hey, hey, doom, since I left the womb where I run to. And it's like I'm in a battle, leaking from a wound. Praise God, thank you, never let me on my own. Shades locked over my eyes, my disguise is on. Get me pounded, that pure bliss, I'm wildin'. Tryna stay grounded, keep my niggas around me. Sometimes I'm a dolo, while I pull with this boot toe, lift up pronto. I'm rubbing on the body, with my eyes on the road, them toes is hotty.
We off, we slide, we ain't scared to die. Speed less, more sex, shit, we going live. Yeah, I figured that I'm empty, but I'm on a ride. Take it slow, we don't know, aiming for the light.
How it goes when you're a damaged man. This is how it goes when you're a damaged man. How it goes when you're a damaged man. This is how it goes when you're a damaged man.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blixen and all his reindeers pulling on the reins. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. So hang your stockings and say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that's filled with toys for boys and girls again. Hear those sleigh bells jingle, jangle, oh, what a beautiful sight. So jump in bed and cover your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He doesn't care if you're rich or poor, he loves you just the same. Santa Claus knows we're all God's children, that makes everything right. So fill your hearts with Christmas cheer, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around when chimes ring out that it's Christmas morn again. Peace on earth will come to all if we just follow the light. So let's give thanks to the Lord above, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blitzen and all his reindeers pulling on the rein. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. Hang your stockings and say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight.
I pull up, like, how you pull up, baby? How you pull up? How you pull up? I pull up, step in the kitchen, let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a Glock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, go get the chop. It's safe to say I earned it, ain't a nigga gave me nothing. I'm ready to hop out on a nigga, get the bus. Know you heard me say you play, you late, don't make me push the butt. Full of pain, dropped enough tears to fill up a fucking bucket. Going for buckets, I bought a chopper. I got a big drum to hold 100. Going for nothing, I'm ready to air it out on all these niggas, I can see I'm running. She talked to my mom, she hit me on FaceTime just to check up on me and my brother. I'm really the baby, she know that the youngest son was always guaranteed to get the money. Okay, let's go. She know that the baby boy was always guaranteed to get the loot. She know what I do, she know if I run from a nigga, I'ma pull it out, shoot. PTSD, I'm always waking up in cold sweats like I got the flu. My daughter a G, she saw me kill a nigga in front of her before the age of 2. And I'll kill another nigga too. Before I let another nigga do something to you. As long as you know that, don't let nobody tell you different, daddy love you. Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a Glock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, go get your chop. Keep a Glockin' when I ride in the Suburban. Cause the codeine had a young nigga swerving. I got the mop, watch me wash him like detergent. And I'm ballin', that's why it's diamonds on my jersey. Slide on outside and flip the block back, yeah, yeah. My junior popped him and left him lopsided, yeah, yeah. We spin his block, got the rebound in his ramen. For me one time, you can't cross me again. 1200 horsepower, I get lost in the wind. If he talking on it, y'all depend, dolls and take his chin. Maybach SUV for my refugees. 5 blocks in the hood, put money in the streets. I was solo when the ops called me at the gas station. Had it on me 30,000, thought it was my last day. But they ain't even want no smoke. If I had to choose it, murder would she roll? Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a Glock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough.
Chao, ese vulgar y cuando te lo quito después de los paris, las copas de vino, las libras de mari. Tú estás bien suelta, yo de safari. Tú me ves el culo fenomenal, pa' yo devorarte como animal. Si no te has venido yo te voy a esperar. En mi cama y lo voy a celebrar.
Baby, a ti no me pongo y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar en lo hondo.
Si por mí te lo pongo, de septiembre hasta agosto. A mis 5 cojones lo que digan tu amiga, ya yo me enteré. Se nota cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros quién va a hablar, si no nos dejamos ver.
Mami, me tienes buqueado, sí. Si fuera la Uru me tuviese parqueado, dando vueltas por el condado, contigo siempre arrebatado.
Tú no eres mi señora, pero 5,000, gástalo en Sephora. Louis Vuitton ya no compra en Pandora. Como piercing a los hombres perfora. Hace tiempo le rompieron el cora. Estudiosa, puesta para ser doctora. Pero le gustan los títeres huirleando motora. Yo estoy pa' ti las 24 horas.
Baby, a ti no me pongo y siempre te lo pongo. Y si tú me tiras, vamos a nadar en lo hondo. Si por mí te lo pongo, de septiembre hasta agosto.
Y a mis rincones, lo que digan tu amiga, ya yo me enteré. Se nota cuando me ves, ahí donde no has llegado, sabes que yo te llevaré. Y dime qué quieres beber, es que tú eres mi bebé. Y de nosotros, ¿quién va a hablar? Si no nos dejamos ver.
Yo esto es dolce, de pulgar, y cuando te lo quito, después de los paris, las copas de vino, las libras de Mari. Tú estás bien suelta, yo de safari. Tú me ves el culo fenomenal, pa' yo devorarte como animal. Si no toca el niño, yo te voy a esperar. En mi camino lo voy a celebrar.
There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me in. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I've tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. Had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. I had good intentions and the highest hopes, but I know right now that probably doesn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, I didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy.
y'all get any closer. They wanna know what's up, why I'm still holding you, even when the song is over. There's a rumor going round about me and you, stirring up our little town the last week or two. So tell me why we even trying to deny this feeling. I feel it, don't you feel it too? There's a rumor going round and round and round. What you say we make it true? We make it true. Well, I could shut them down, tell them all the crazy. I can do whatever you want me to do, baby. Or you could lay one on me right now. We could really give them something to talk about. There's a rumor going round about me and you, stirring up our little town the last week or two. So tell me why we even trying to deny this feeling. I feel it, don't you feel it too? There's a rumor going round and round and round. What you say we make it true, baby? Oh, be honest, girl, now do you wanna do this or not? Should we keep them talking, girl, or should we just make them stop? There's a rumor going round about me and you, stirring up a little town the last week or two. Oh, tell me why we even trying to deny this feeling. I feel it and you feel it too. There's a rumor going round and round and round. What you say we make it true? What you say we make it true?
I can't be fooled. I ain't playing by your rules. I'm known to lose my cool, but that's cool, cause I'm known to be too cool. There's a room full of toxic people, but it feels like it's just me and her in the room. I'd rather me die before she, so I mix drugs up, tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom, 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 tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom, 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 doom. I have a lot of trouble, I admit I'm running from 'em. Walking through Hollywood, I admit I'm astonished. So much has happened in the last few months. From broke to rich, to finding love again. I said so much has happened in the last 3 months. Drugs to mix, so I don't pick up the phone no more. New phone, who is this? Uh-oh. You got some nerve, dumb hoe. Where were you before? I could pay your mortgage. Now my shoes cost your car. Karma's a ugly bride. Yeah, she'll leave a scar. No, I can't be fooled. I ain't playing by your rules. I'm known to lose my cool, but that's cool, cause I'm known to be too cool. There's a room full of toxic people, but it feels like it's just me and her in the room. I'd rather me die before she, so I mix drugs up, tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom, 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 tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom, 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 tryna find my tune. Ended up finding you. I assumed that you were gonna leave me over consumed, 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 consumed. Yeah, I'm fucked up, yeah, but you already know. What's your favorite color besides blue? You're always blue. You've always been the one for me, you knew that too. Fucked up, drunk driving on the avenue. Wrist hanging out the window, let the rollie do what it do. Keep an all black faux nickel on me too. Fucked up, drunk driving on the avenue. Wrist hanging out the window, let the rollie do what it do. Keep an all black faux nickel on me
cause I'm known to be too cool. There's a room full of toxic people, but it feels like it's just me and her in the room. I'd rather me die before she, so I mix drugs up, tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom. Doom, doom, tryna find my doom, tryna find my doom, doom.
The young Metro, trust you.
I can't take one Percocet, start the night off, I just took a 60. Burberry on me, shoot you in your back, you just got pretty Ricky. I taught the Chanel runners, then I get back to running the city. And I know that it's hell coming, I ain't worried, my niggas, they with me. Gotta put the narcotics down, I can feel them fucking up my kidney. And punching my liver, if I let it kill me, my mama will never forgive me. And none of my feelings, if I let it kill him, my baby will never forgive me. This remind me of hell, sometimes I wonder if that's what God really sent me. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these pearls. I've been cursed since birth, guess I never learned. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these pearls. I've been cursed since birth, guess I never learned. The truth first, let it bleed out. If they hurt you, let them leave. My heart hurt and let me bleed out. Only way I find peace. I'm trying to get set free, but these chains on me choke me, I can't breathe. What's reality? Detached from myself, in the pain with my wealth. A bag from Chanel, master double C on my belt. Bands in my pants, I'd rather be holding my pants. Money ain't the answer. I was trying to reach some new highs, mix this with that, bet it feel nice. Codeine only sip if I got eyes. Look my girl in the eyes, tell her I won't die. I fell asleep too deep that one time. Woke up to you crying, girl I'm fine. But I lied. Had a dream, I wasn't gonna wake up this time. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these pearls. I've been cursed since birth, guess I never learned. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these pearls. I've been cursed since birth, guess I never learned.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go.
Shit, Snake just straight cook you motherfucker.
I'm finding everybody. Helicopter in the middle of the hood, I'm flying everybody. All these fame niggas be chasing, I swear I don't care about it. Boy, you play, you gon' die front of everybody. Leave some blood on the street by some red bottoms. Hard to hell, but I wish that they headshot him. Free my nigga alone, the feds I used to pray for a plug, gon' go out the way and come back with a lot of them bitches. I used to dream about condos when we live in Lennox, now I stay on top of them bitches. I wouldn't give a damn if he ran them up a whole billion, I still wouldn't acknowledge the nigga. He put my name in the song, what the fuck is he on? I don't care, but we gotta go get him. House big as fuck in the middle of nowhere. I dig it down, I don't care with my hoe well. I made Lil' Kel spin the block on the 4-wheel. Not for real, spin the block on the 4-wheel. $5 million for for me, that ain't no deal. Hadn't made that time 6 in like 3 years. All this rap shit, I can't even talk about this trap shit. I just hope they can take it. I keep me a stallion like making a residency out in Vegas. Might fly to LA and go fuck with LeBron and the Lakers. Come back to Atlanta with Jada, bro. Told us to take care of the neighbors and stack all the paper. Whatever we want, buy it later. I know how to shit on a hater and handle the business. Whatever God give me, I'm grateful. I'm fine at everybody. Helicopter in the middle of the hood, I'm flying at everybody. All these fame, these niggas be chasing, I swear I don't care about it. Boy, you play, you gon' die front of everybody. Leave some blood on the street by some red bottoms. Hard to hell, but I wish that they headshot him. Free my nigga alone where the feds got it. For everyone around me, I read it up, how the fuck is you down me? She said for life, how the fuck is you clowning? Bought all this water, I'm never gon' drown. Humming in your own, perfecting my sound. I held them out and they let me down again. I ain't coming back around.
Allo, Kilaka, ay, abang winya bandu, abang pasanga, abang winya bandu, abang pasanga, apa masyanga, asola tingane, apa masyanga, asola tingane, abang winya bandu, abang pasanga. Abakwinya bandu, abanda pasanga, apa masanga, asola tingane, apa masanga, asola tingane, abakwinya bandu. Hiya maniba maniba, hiya waka maniba, hiya dela maniba, asila maniba, atanida ba maniba, hiya loya maniba. I got drum na the money. I'm not the money. I got drum na the money. I'm not the money. Egiti hiya money, money, hiya walk the money, hiya dela money, asila money, atani daba money, hiya loya money. I got drum na the money. I'm not the money. I got drum na the money. I'm not the money. I'm not the maniba. I got I'm not the maniba. I'm not the maniba.
Sengishisiso somuhamba singakanani singangento yenyoni hayi singangento yenyoni hayibo singangento yenyoni sengishisiso somuhamba singakanani singangento yenyoni hayi singangento yenyoni hayibo singangento yenyoni sengishisiso somuhamba singakanani singangento yenyoni hayi singangento yenyoni hayibo singangento yenyoni sengishisiso somuhamba singakanani singangento yenyoni singangento yenyoni hayibo singangento yenyoni tell papa ngizosheba ngepiano ma tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa ngizosheba ngepiano ma tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa ngizosheba ngepiano ma tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa ngizosheba ngepiano ma tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey hayibo tell papa the man hey akida kawubenza uyababona namashanga
upasta umjojo udira umjojo yashisa le combo bisna maroto upasta umjojo dira umjojo yashisa le combo ubista maroto yeah yafiwa ma
Haris Machis Ebasuga no Tako How much time go take you my friend Hey Hegi must go must pay must go nipa Hegi must go must go must tinta Hegi must go must go must go nipa Hegi must go must go must tinta Hegi tangyo ni danga yaku Sukela Kosi wasekamuki inkosi wasefunguki ighosti wasekamuki ihlosi lana kusasa ngizoxoxa istory kwasuka sukela Kosi wasekamuki inkosi wasefunguki ighosti wasekamuki ihlosi lana kusasa ngizoxoxa istory ngisho
nawe uthanda ukupepereza thina siyasebenza siyaba-attenda bheka siyaspenda nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS inkinga nawe uthanda ukupepereza thina siyasebenza siyaba-attenda bheka siyaspenda nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS
Makoya Perez Wash away Me Flat This by this
Hegi must go must pay must go nipa Hegi must go must go must tinta Hegi must go must go must go nipa Hegi must go must go must tinta Hegi tangyo ni danga yaku
Kitaiwisa mwanangu So they're starting now. I don't need to put people in. That guy is going to. Yeah.
Lana kusasa ngizoxoxa istory kwasuka sukela Kosi wasekamuki inkosi wasefunguki ighosti wasekamuki ihlosi lana kusasa ngizoxoxa istory ngisho
nawe uthanda ukupepereza thina siyasebenza
Yeah, and the singers, are they sorted?
siyaba-attenda bheka siyaspenda nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS inkinga nawe uthanda ukupepereza thina siyasebenza siyaba-attenda bheka siyaspenda nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS nalibhenga bangibamba nge-SMS
Ah. Hello.
Ngifuna ukuzothi ngazokwazi.
Hey. 1 2. Amen.
Oh.
Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? The Creator created the earth and all living things. Then there was a man. Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Hey. Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Okay, you know what? Let me just sit here. Machine one. Awuyang bambizela, mshini wam, we baba, mshini wam maule. Awuyang ibambizela, mshini wam, we baba ulethu mshini wam. Awuyang bambizela, mshini wam, we baba. Think. Does the caterpillar knows is a butterfly? The Creator created the heavens and the earth and all living things. Then there was a man. Then there was a woman. And then a child. Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Over the years, we have lost our natural instinct of knowing what's wrong or right and elected leaders. Made easy for us to point fingers when things go wrong. Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Our tendency of running away from responsibilities has made us sheep, willingly going to a slaughterhouse. Think. But if we rise and stand up for what is true, the sun will rise and give us wisdom to move humanity forward. Think. Does a caterpillar knows is a butterfly? Genesis speaks about the origins. Exodus speaks about the movement of the people. Jesus Christ speaks about the kingdom within. Revelation speaks about how things will be revealed to us. The veil will be removed. Our state of mind will be just. Our actions will build and humankind will rise. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? What is a man? Is it the role they play in society, or is he a provider? A protector? And definitely not a predator. So think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? You are more than what you think you are. So let's rise. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? The Creator created the heavens and the earth and all living things. Then there was a man. Then there was a woman. And then child. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? Over the years, we have lost our natural instinct of knowing what's wrong or right, and elected leaders made it easy for us to point fingers when things go wrong. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? Our tendency of running away from responsibilities has made us sheep, willingly going to the slaughterhouse. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? But if we rise and stand up for what is true, the sun will rise and give us wisdom to move humanity forward. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? Genesis speaks about the origins. Exodus speaks about the movement of the people. Jesus speaks about the kingdom within. Revelation speaks about how everything will be revealed to us. The veil will be removed, our state of mind will be just, our actions will build and humankind will rise. Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? What is a man? Is it the role they play in society, or is he a provider, a protector, and definitely not a predator? Think. Does a caterpillar nose is a butterfly? You are more than what you think you are. So let's rise. Amandla! Amandla! Away too! Away too! Thank you very much. Mushita utolepili, guys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does a caterpillar know it's a butterfly? But may we rise, may we have the ability to rise. May we have the ability to rise to the best of our abilities. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please rise, physically rise, as you're about to sing the national anthem. Thank you. You can sing along. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisu pondolayo izwa Woron sieva bertes van die kranse antwoord geef. Sounds a call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Thank you so much. Please, you may be seated.
When you're broken down and tired of living life in a merry-go-round, and you can find a fighter, but I see it in you, and we gon' work it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains. 'Cause I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, high like the waves, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. 'Cause I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. 'Cause I'll rise up, I'll rise like the waves, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, something inside so strong.
You built your barrier. Higher I will climb.
Faster I will run.
The further you take my rights away, I will run.
The faster I will run.
Deny my place in time. You scrum the road that's mine. My light will shine so bright it will guide you. Because there's
Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
the more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind the walls of Jericho. The walls will come tumbling down. from the wall that's mine. My light will shine so bright it will blind you. Because there's
something inside so strong.
Yeah.
I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
Brothers and sisters, when they think that we're just not good enough, good enough, good enough. Yeah. When you know better, just look them in the eyes and say,
we're gonna do it anyway.
we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway.
Sizophumelela, 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 ngeke basiqede namhlanje. So strong, I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
Rise! You have to keep rising.
Halala! 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 Oh, Betuna. Rise, South Africa, rise. Halala! Rise, South Africa, rise. Good morning, South Africa. Good morning, risen South Africans. It is beautiful. It is beautiful to have the view from up here where I'm standing of seeing a room of risen South Africans coming together in song, in truth, in voice, in community. Siyabulela. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for being here because there's a word that says, how beautiful are the feet of those who bring good news. You bring good news for this country, and your feet represent many others whose lives you touch and whose lives will be touched by the action you have taken by being here today. And for that, we thank you. We thank you for honoring this day. We thank you for honoring your country and rising up this morning and coming to be together. Thank you so much, South Africa. My name is Zintlewa Oiya. I will be your program director today with a number of amazing colleagues across the Rivonia Circle family. We will be taking you through what is a wonderful, fun-filled program of engagement and mobilizing ourselves and each other to rise to the occasion that is South Africa 2.0. It is an occasion. It is an occasion. What we are building is an occasion. It is something that we must rise to, and I thank you all for honoring it and for coming here today. We thank you for that wonderful opening that we received. It truly set the tone for what we are here to do today. It truly set the tone of who we are and who we want to be and who we know this country can be. I'm seeing South Africans of every creed and age represented here today, and it encourages me, and I'm grateful to you for it. So we are not alone in this room. Like I said, you yourselves are representatives of so many other people. But we are not alone in this room. There are so many venues that are joining us today live on screen. I'm actually going to take some time to greet them because we've got 4 different venues that are joining us virtually. Another community of risers that are also joining us from different parts of the country today. Bathe ngiqale ngeThekwini. USiphamandla uthe uzongishaya if I don't start ngeTheku Nkosi lami. But his excuse was that Durban is the top in the alphabet order. That's his excuse. So I'm going to go with it ngoba ngifuna bangishaye ngazi abantu baseThekwini ukuthi ngiyashaywana. Ngiqale ngeTheku Nkosi lami iTheku likhona liyavela lapho. Liyavela iTheku lapho. Aw. Ilanga livele ekseni kangaka eThekwini Nkosi yami. iTheku liyavela lapho. Who do we have from the Yes, there we are. Yes. Welcome eThekwini. Welcome Durban. Thank you so much for joining us. Bari Ria Mahikeng. Ria Mahikeng. Okay. Mahikeng? Is our Mahikeng family there? Are they joining us? I'm not sure which of the screens represents our Mahikeng family, so if they can come on screen, if they can just wave, if we can see them, if we can welcome them, if they can participate with us. Bari barobetse Mahikeng. Hey. Is that Mahikeng in the center there for us? That's Mtata. You see, no one is here. But okay, we are here. Imtata is here. Pasika, is that you? Please unmute. Are all the screens unmuted? Colleagues, we will have I see a wave. I see a wave. Molo, Dumelang. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us from every corner. We also have East London that's joining us in addition to Umtata. So that will be our 4th and final satellite venue that will be joining us. We are going to work to get all of them online as we go along. We know what technical glitches are like, but we also know that Sizophumelela, we will overcome. The technical glitches will not in any way hold back the program of the day because there is so much for us to attend to. There's so much for us to achieve in today's program. Betuna, if you are in the room, we want to engage as much as possible. We want to have conversations. This is a circle. This is a place of engagement. This is a place of partnering in the work of mobilizing each other in the work that we are here to do today. So there is a platform called Slido that we will be using throughout the day. We will be surveying through it. We will be conversing through it. We will be getting feedback from the room through it, in addition to getting live feedback as we speak to you. But we also want to make sure that the people who are joining us from satellite venues, their feedback is also coming through. So there's a platform called slido.com, SLIDO.com. If you could go onto your devices and go onto that web page and go onto Slido. If you are looking for Wi-Fi, the people of the Galleria have been kind enough to share with us their connectivity. So if you find a Wi-Fi username that is the Galleria, and you use the password the Galleria with a dash in between the 2 words, the T is uppercase and the G is uppercase. So in sentence case, the dash Galleria should be your password if you are looking for Wi-Fi. And to kick us off today, when you join Slido, this is the code that you will use that is unique to today's conversation. And we are going to track all of your input and conversation from this point, -3801183. I feel like I'm announcing a flight. -3801183. If you guys can please join us on Slido under that banner, and that is where we are going to, what a way to kick us off. Thank you to whoever posted that, because the first question on Slido is how are you feeling today? So share, and we're going to create a word cloud. Thank you to the guys who started us off in the wonderful spirit of song, because I think that has created so much of the excitement that we're seeing in the room. Guys, can we just give the team that was on stage and the team that opened for us in spoken word another round of applause as we continue? You in this room, you reflect the excitement of South Africa 2.0. You reflect the hope of South Africa 2.0. You reflect the readiness for change of South Africa 2.0. That's you. That's you. You reflect the good, the passion of South Africa 2.0 in this room. That is you. Rise, South Africa, rise. The awesomeness of South Africa 2.0, the passion of South Africans who get up every morning and do what needs to be done to make this amazing country everything that it can be. This word cloud is centered around excitement. And it is the sense that you can feel in the air of the excitement of what we're here today. You represent the liveliness. There's an alive there. There's a hashtag, we are risen. RC team, you might start wanting to adopt this. We're creating content for you. We're creating content for you. Super excited and hopeful. Super excited and hopeful, ready to mobilize, because we are not here for a talk shop. We are here to mobilize. We are here to do the work of South Africa 2.0. Excited, ready to mobilize, grateful. Ndotakalesa, grateful. Thank you so much, South Africa. Relieved. I must say that when I heard about Rivonia Circle long before there was a logo and a website or anything else, when it was just a seed and a thought in the mind of your chairman, I was relieved. I was relieved that someone was taking the leap to start this. I was relieved that there were still South Africans who were willing to do this. When I start seeing the pictures that were shown earlier of how South Africans have been mobilizing and coming together, I am relieved to know that I'm not alone in the desire to create the country that we want. I'm hopeful, I'm relieved, I'm grateful to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue this word cloud, and let us continue beyond words to drive this energy to each other today. To drive this energy around the room. There will be many opportunities for conversation. Let us continue to bring hope into those conversations, the motivation. Please bring the munati into the conversation. We are not here to have a serious, morbid, morose conversation, because that is not the future of South Africa 2.0. South Africa 2.0 imunati. South Africa 2.0 imunati. Is that how you respond to munati? South Africa 2.0 imunati ke. Humunati mo South Africa 2.0. Hunali service delivery, things are happening. Nali misebetsi, humunati. South Africa 2.0 humunati. We're excited. We're nervous. I saw that word and it's now disappeared. We're nervous. There's so much hanging in the balance. There's so much hanging in the air. There's so much that rides on the actions of every single South African in collaborating around the potential movement that we are going to create today and every day. Ndonwabile. Abantu bathi bonwabile. Abantu bathi babona ukhanya. Even though the screen just died, ukhanya bethu nana kusekhona. Ayinamsebenzi. Sizophumelela. That's the screen is neither here nor there. Ukhanya kuzawuhlale kukhona because nikhona. It doesn't matter. Rise South Africa. Ziyakhala manje. Rise South Africa. Ziyakhala manje. Aibo maskale. Maskale Betuna, thank you so much. Thank you for this. Thank you for you. Thank you for being here. Mazkale is now the perfect opportunity that I'm going to take to introduce to us our first speaker, the chairman of Rivonia Circle, the visionary, the person I speak about when I say when Rivonia Circle was just a seed and a conversation, long before it even had a name. I want to bring up to the stage the man of the moment. He doesn't like this intro. But Nana Usongezo Zibi to come and open today's event for us. Masimqhobeleni izandla. Thank you so much. Azkhale ke Songezo. Are you sorted? Halala! Halala! Halala!
Amandla! Amandla! Diabulela, I want to firstly thank all of you for taking time to be here. I had a teacher in Standard 8. Now you know how old I am. I had a teacher in Standard 8, and he used to say, the most important thing you can give to anyone is your time. Because once that time is gone, you can never get it back. So, you have given South Africa a gift today of your time, and I want to thank you. I also want to thank our friends and partners that Zinhle introduced in Mthatha, in East London, in Mahikeng, naseThekwini. And I want to thank our friends who've organized over there to make it possible for other South Africans who could not travel to be here to participate in this conversation. Leaders, because you're all leaders in the room. Leaders and friends of South Africa. If it is true that in a democracy, the people get the leaders and country they deserve, then the purpose of this gathering today must be to say what kind of country and leaders we deserve. The country we have and the leaders we have in charge of this country are not what I deserve. They are not what you deserve. They are not what our children, our families and communities deserve. They are not what our brave ancestors, such as Nkosi Albert Luthuli, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, Stephen Bantu Biko, Lillian Ngoyi, Phyllis Naidu, Oliver Tambo, Zephania Mutupeng, along many other heroes and heroines of our struggle for freedom envisioned for us. This country is not what the great warrior kings and queens of our land should be looking on from the heavens. We have a responsibility to make sure that their struggles and sacrifices were not in vain. But we have an even bigger responsibility, and that is to make sure that we do not hand over to future generations a country that is like a dump site full of hungry and desperate people. Our brothers, sisters, and children cannot go and scrub floors in Europe because we could not grow the inheritance the blood and sweat of our liberators gave to us. We have a great country. We are a great people. We have a beautiful country, but millions of our fellow South Africans do not have hope because they have no work and no income with which to look after their families. We are unsafe in our homes and communities. When the people try to make ends meet so they can put food on the table, the strong boot of corruption keeps them down because they are not politically connected and have no money to pay bribes so they can access the services our Constitution says are rightfully theirs. Our country is in deep crisis. Although we have many problems, such as load shedding, high unemployment, water shortages, and restrictions in other areas, we somehow submit ourselves to a so-called leadership that has no new ideas. It has no new energy to deal with the problems of our time. As one South African from my home area of Mthatha said a few months ago when Rivonia Circle visited, we have a leadership that appears to have lost interest in us as the people. So, this moment calls for us to be bold, to be brave, and to rise to the generational challenge to build a country that is better than the one we inherited. To do that, we needed the ability and the space for South Africans who are willing to rise to this challenge, to meet, to talk about our national mission, and then to choose ways in which we will act on that mission. This is why the Rivonia Circle exists. But we must do more, and we must do it faster and with more purpose. I want to believe that none of you would be here if you're not ready to make some important choices. We must choose a South Africa that is rising. We must choose to rise to the big challenges of our time. We must choose to build a society where hope of a better life is real and tangible. Speaking for myself, I am here because I am tired of belonging to a country that sometimes makes me embarrassed to call it home, because those who lead us have no sense of shame. They steal from the poor. They even steal funeral money. They even steal from the sick and dying during a global pandemic. I am here because I am tired of waiting for the perfect moment, for a perfect leader to emerge from the heavens to give us a perfect politics. I am tired of seeing young visionary leaders think so little of themselves that they look up to thieves and chancers for leadership, when deep down they know South Africa will not rise unless we start believing we are the ones we are waiting for. Unlike those who choose to run away or pretend things are not bad, we must make a declaration that we refuse to leave our country. We refuse to remain silent. We refuse to lower our expectations so that we don't have to behave like responsible adults. We refuse to think little of ourselves, and we refuse to think that South Africa must continue falling. Instead, we must believe that we can rise up, we can put up our hands, link our arms, and march together into the democratic battles we must fight to raise South Africa to the success it can and it must be. There are more of us who want South Africa to rise than those who want to destroy it. The only thing we have not yet done, and we must do from today onwards, is to own the warrior spirit of our ancestors. They gave it to us as an inheritance. We must not shame them. We must rise to that occasion. We have had over the years great warriors and leaders who fought colonialism, who fought apartheid. We must be able to define our mission today as being to fight for a version of justice and freedom where everybody has got a place in the future in this South Africa of ours. We must be brave and take a stand. We must, by any democratic means necessary, take our power back and make sure that our country is never again controlled by a corrupt few who believe we owe them respect when they don't deserve it. This is the time for focused anger, focused on practical solutions to our most serious challenges. So as we hold our discussions today, we must keep in mind that our challenges are so serious and so many that there are not enough people in this room to deal with all of them. Whatever decisions we take today, we must make a very serious commitment to reach out immediately to as many South Africans as possible so they can be part of the work of building South Africa 2.0. It is my belief that South Africa's constitution is a social democratic constitution. This means we must be a country that provides the best opportunities, especially to those who have little or nothing. We must be a country where those who have and own plenty act in solidarity with those who have little by making sure that the country's resources and wealth are used for the common good. even in the context of making a profit. We must fight for a society where everyone is treated fairly and there's an opportunity to realize the true meaning of freedom. This is freedom from poverty. This is freedom from fear of crime and violence, freedom from social oppressions, and freedom from a corrupt system that produces corrupt leaders. Freedom means being free to pursue happiness in an environment where politics places the well-being of every individual, of every community, of every family at the center of national political attention. We must be a society where citizens are treated as adults who can identify both the problems affecting them and their communities and who can find the practical solutions to solve those problems. It is a lie that democracy means we must sit and wait for things to be done for and to us, as if we cannot think and act in ways that advance our own interests. Finally, we must remember why we are here today. We are here to rise to the challenges of our time. We are here to begin the journey of making sure South Africa will rise instead of falling into the dustbin of history. Let us look around us. Let us look at the filth and the rubbish that goes uncollected even though people pay rates. Anybody who comes from somewhere else into our country will say these people do not respect themselves. When we do, we have dignity. We have pride in ourselves, in our history, and in our heritage. We cannot accept that we must be a people that live like this and watch our brothers and sisters lose hope every day because we have chosen to put in charge of us people who do not care about us. We are here to talk about ways in which we are going to convince our fellow South Africans to commit to rising to the task of taking full ownership of our own country. This is our country. This is our country. We are here to make sure that future generations will not know the bottom of the barrel, what the bottom of the barrel looks like, because they inherit a country that only knows how to rise to every challenge and win. That is the country we deserve. That is the future our children and future generations deserve. We are here to bring power back to the South African people by any democratic means necessary. I thank you for being here today and being part of this important conversation. Now, a friend of ours, a senior citizen in South Africa, who has been very active in the education space for years, is going to give us a message following mine. Amandla! Yes. Amandla! Yes.
Hi, I'm Nick Benadell. I've spent the last 40 years of my life in the education world in South Africa. But as a part of that education, I've traveled the world and spent a lot of time in many countries trying to uncover what it is that makes for success. Why do some countries do so well and others seem to struggle so badly? A famous writer once said, if you're not careful, you'll end up where you're headed. Where South Africa is now is not headed in the right direction. I think we all know this, and 2022 has been a good example of it. We face strategic and structural problems here that have become systemic and are going to be very hard to change. I'm currently in Asia, where I'm seeing, again, the countries that are successful and deliver prosperity and health to their people, good education, good services, and those who don't, because they badly run, because the politicians have lost the contract with the people, and the people have lost the contact and the ability to hold the politicians to account. Bad politics makes bad economics. And good politics makes good economics where there are jobs and investment and fair and just practices. We need to rebuild this energy in South Africa. And I've joined the Rivonia Circle as actively as I can in order to contribute to this.
Amanda? Amanda, guys? Nobody wanna see us together. Sukuman, haya baya 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 baya. Haya baya 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 baya. Haya baya. Nobody wanna see us together. Baya baya baya. Haya baya 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 baya. Haya baya 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 baya. Haya baya. Let me tell you about the story of my life. My mother was a kitchen girl. My father was a garden boy. That's why I'm a freedom fight. All right. Sanbonani, Nganbingelela. My name is Pamandla Mhlongo, one of the facilitators for today's conversation. I thought I'd start with that song because I think it's revolutionary that we are gathered here from the different parts. I think it's important that we honor that. And just for being here. Additionally to that, it's also a provocation to say at any point in time you'll be asked to rise. It's either going to be rising in song, you're going to be rising in giving your own thoughts, your own perspectives. It's important that we're also aware of that. Before I introduce the next speaker for today's gathering, could I ask that those who are seeing empty seats towards the front, please fill up those seats as much as possible. This will help us facilitate other conversations over the course of the day and inputs as much as possible. So, and you see gaps in the front, please try and occupy those seats in the front whilst we introduce the next speaker. So, umhlekazi ozayo next is uBaba Lukhona Mnguni. Ngimbiza ngobaba manje ngoba usegcine seshadile. But Zontanga, the director of research at Rivonia Circle, and he'll essentially be giving us some input, summarizing what the inputs were from the last gathering that we hosted. So I don't know, unalo iculo abalicula angazi noma waya entabeni yini njengoba ngimbiza ngomhlekazi. Kodwa ke siyathemba ukuthi asikhulume nekhwenkwe. Masimshayele izandla. Lukhona, welcome.
Ngiyabonga Njomana. Sekukuningi okushilo. Angisazazi nami ukuthi ngiubani manje. Ngithi angikhulume lolu kaMageba ngoba kade ngahlala lapha kwelika banana. Molweni. Dumelang. Nivukile. No, I am well. You know, sometimes up in South Africa, things can be so bad that you'll find yourself in the shower asking a question. Senzeni na yo senzeni na yo senzeni na yo senzeni na sono setu yo sono setu yo sono setu sono setu senzeni na yo senzeni na yo senzeni na senzeni na. You know, when our liberators used to sing this song, the people who oppress you always want you to believe that it is your fault. The people who exploit you always want you to believe you are the reason for it. The people who torment you always want you to believe you did it to yourself and you deserve it. The last time we met on the 8th of October 2022 at the Pactonian Hotel in Braamfontein, we made a commitment to each other that we would go out and talk to at least 5 other people. And our message would be clear. What is it that we need to do to unchain ourselves from the torment that we are receiving from the current state? Because the condition in South Africa is abnormal. And if we sit and do nothing, we make the abnormal the normal. And then that is why some people will say arrogantly, they don't know you from a bar of soap. You make a critique of the state and they say, but you voted for them. And yet you didn't. But people are so emboldened to make us believe that we deserve what is happening to us. We do not. We should not tolerate it, and we shall not tolerate it. When we met on the 8th of October, people said they want to depend less on politicians and more on themselves. Someone even said, when I go to a furniture shop to buy a fridge, it has a guarantee. If there's a fault, I can take it back. But with my vote, when there's a fault in the politics, there's no ability to take the poor politician away, because we are under the dominance of political parties. And that is why today we have come together to say we need to mobilize people's power to rise for South Africa. Because at the end of the day, we have 2 choices. We can lose belief in the politics and decide to stay at home and not vote. But as I always remind people, you know, if on voting day, one person woke up and went and they voted, one, the IEC will be compelled to declare elections. And they will say, one person voted and they voted for this party, and this party has won the elections 100%. I think that's how you create dilution. You need more participation, not less. If 2 people vote and they vote for 2 different things, you've got a 50-50 situation. So we must be very clear about the path we must walk towards 2024. You did not sacrifice your morning and your Saturday because you are bored and you've got nothing else to do. There is a reason you are here, and that reason is because you want to belong to a community of people. You want to believe that you are not insane in the thought that we can turn around what is happening in our country. You want to believe that indeed we can rise together as South Africans. There's nothing special about us at the Rivonia Circle. We are not big names. We are not celebrities. We are just ordinary South Africans who believe that if enough ordinary South Africans got together and did something, we will win and we will be victorious. There was once a time where a Thabo Mbeki, a Kgalema Motlanthe, a Jacob Zuma, a Nelson Mandela, a Winnie Madikizela Mandela, a Jesse Duarte, you name them, at some point, they were just as ordinary as we are. But you get into a community of people with purpose, with discipline, and you march on. And as you march along, you find other people. And that's why we are here today. We were 160 in Braamfontein. Today, we are more than 250 in the room. We are in 4 different venues. Sise Mthatha, Sise Monti, Sise Thekwini, Sise Mahikeng. At the same time, we're in Johannesburg. To demonstrate that when you have purpose, you can move together. I'm seeing people from Mpumalanga here, from Limpopo, from Northwest, from Bloemfontein, from Welkom, from Durban, from parts of the Eastern Cape. No, we are. In fact, Faisal Lok is going to speak to us from Hong Kong. The issue is that now that we are here, let us do the work that we need to do today, taking from the 8th of October. We need to form ourselves into a movement of people. We need to stop dilly-dallying with the idea of organizing ourselves. We need to be organized. We need to share roles and responsibilities. We need to make a pledge to one another. We need to make sure that when we leave this room, we are going to work and work and work and work until 2024, when we define the South Africa that we deserve. Lastly, the one thing I personally, because we must also talk about ourselves, the one thing I personally will not do, is to sit around when things are burning. And they've been burning for at least 15 years. And I've not sat around in any of those years. We've tried, and we're going to try, and we are going to try and keep trying. Rather fail, having tried. But we must make a commitment to ourselves today to say, rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, South Africa, rise! And it's not a pipe dream. It's attainable. I'm going to introduce another message of support. He couldn't join us, but he said when we spoke to him, he would like to share a few words with the people who will be in attendance today. And that's a message from the President of the United Democratic Movement, General Bantu Olomisa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting the United Democratic Movement to participate in this important event. We have a rich history of many people who had fought and struggled in the liberation of this country. Their sacrifices have led to the political freedom we enjoy today. Yet the erstwhile liberators seem to have abandoned the original agenda, which is to improve the lives of all South Africans. Initiatives such as this event today are welcomed, but we must not work towards a scenario where we aim to save the tripartite alliance, because it has proven that it has feet of clay. Instead, we must build a new alliance that can fulfill the pre-1994 promises, that understands the mandate of the vision of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Finally, we therefore visualize a paradigm shift that will focus on the process that will lead to the establishment of alternative government. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Sorry that I'm not there physically, but maybe in the next round I'll be around. Thank you.
Welcome to the Rivonia Circle, where we're shaping a new vision for South Africa 2.0 in a new way. Our country is in crisis, our democracy is threatened, our people are demoralized. There's a political crisis and a leadership vacuum. People have opted out of politics and are demobilized from elections. But not for much longer. At Rivonia Circle, we're involving South Africans of all backgrounds in collectively building their vision of the future. As we do so, we're clearly mapping out what is needed for us to get there.
I have my comrades there who are pulling out some of these words. And I want us to talk about what these words mean to us and how does that translate into the work that we do.
So what is the Rivonia Circle? As one of our leaders puts it, we're a knowledge hub for policy and political alternatives.
It is our objective and our hope that there will be many people who emerge out of this work of deepening democracy and not out of a narrow party political system only. Because what you get is you get political mercenaries such as what we have now.
And how do we work? We're crisscrossing the country, immersing ourselves in different communities in a series of projects designed to ensure productive conversations. We're identifying the key issues that will define our future and developing the leaders who will take us there. We do it through action circles, arts and culture circles, and training circles. We're mobilizing for change. We're designing and building South Africa 2.0.
We can never be chastised about the conviction that we have for society and the South Africa that we want to live in, because this is our home. And it's not a sole prerogative of certain people to decide who enters the political fray or not.
South Africans want to work together to solve South Africa's problems. Above all, we have learned that South Africans are not apathetic. They just want a democracy that works for them, rather than a few with power or close associations with it.
Our politics is very much resistance-driven, so people know how to resist. They know how to say, no, we don't like it, we don't want it. And so when we say to people, imagine the future you want to see, an upgraded version of South Africa, it's a transformative moment because we've seen how people's perceptions shift once they realize they could set the agenda.
It's exciting and it's growing. So why not join the circle and play a part in designing and building South Africa 2.0? Step into the circle. Meet other citizens, become a democracy builder. The future is ours. Let's start building it now. Let's make South Africa rise.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm gonna ask for the house lights to go on, please. I can't see the people. And the starings of this film, of that film, are here. I want you to look around. The faces you saw there, they're here. Can you see them? Good morning, everyone. My name is Tessa, and I work in programs at the Rivonia Circle. And I want to talk about how we got into this room and how this moment has happened, and what this moment actually means. So the first thing I want to say is that we've always said at the Rivonia Circle that the Rivonia Circle is a knowledge hub and a political think tank, and it will always be that. And that has not changed today. But what we are doing this morning is we are taking the mandate that we had set for ourselves and joining it with a mandate that has come through the work we've done in the last 11 months. Now let me tell you what that work has been and what it has landed into in terms of today. In February, and I'm going to cry a lot today. I'm going to cry today. I'm going to cry. But it's fine. You're my friends. In February, we found ourselves under a mango tree in a place called Toyando in Venda. And it was our first day to do our first democracy builder. And we didn't know what we were going to do. I know the methodology, but I was like, what exactly are we going to ask? I don't know. Where is the Toyando group? Raise your hand. Those people started this. This room would not exist without that group of people. Because the 5 of us that started Rivonia Circle were not enough in terms of our thoughts or ideas or capacity to think about what changing our politics looks like. Because that's the mission we set, to create a new politics. Not a new party, a new politics. That's different from a new party. It's easy to start a party, guys. You get a logo, you get a celebrity, you get a few phrases, boom. Get a color. You can start a party. But changing the politics of the country is the agenda of the Rivonia Circle. We want to change the way we do politics. We want to change the political culture of the country. Not the faces, the culture of the country. And so as we sat under that mango tree, we started asking the question, what is South Africa 2.0? And until that point, the only time South Africa 2.0 had been said in public was when Song said it in a video. And I said to them, guys, design the South Africa you want to see. And I saw the word South Africa 2.0 written next to a thought bubble with infrastructure in the middle. And young people ideating what South Africa 2.0 would look like from an infrastructure point of view under a mango tree in Toyando. The next day, Rofi comes to me. And she comes with a book. And she's drawn a building. And she says, South Africa 2.0 must be ideated in a building like this. A building that brings together partners from different parts of the country, different civil society actors. People must come from different provinces, they must come with different issues, and they must all imagine in different ways the country that they want. I sent that to the group and I said, something has started here. Rofi, I want you to stand. I want you to stand. That person made the idea of South Africa 2.0 come alive. That's who did it. And so when we say that this work is not ours at the Rivonia Circle in our air-conditioned offices, we mean it. We have gotten to this point today because you, in your different ways and shapes and forms, have asked the question time after time, what are we all going to do to change the future? And what role are you willing to play as Rivonia Circle to help us get there? And we said, we will create a platform and be a holder of the convening space so that a movement can form that is not our movement, but yours. Because we are not the ones you have been waiting for. You are the ones we have been waiting for. There's nothing special about us, Lukona. Absolutely nothing. Our work has been informed, and the new politics we spoke about has gotten substance as we've traveled this country, as we've gone from place to place. And that new politics has 3 parts to it. Today, we're going to talk about the electoral part. The part about how we mobilize people's electoral power. Because in a democracy, it matters who represents you, and it matters how you get there. But there are other parts to our work, which is why the Rivonia Circle is not going to be on a ballot. Because there's more to us than electoral politics. And we have to keep that more going beyond 2024 and whatever we decide today about 2024. Rivonia Circle is an affiliate of this room. It is not this room. We are an affiliate of this room. And there are other organizations like the Ambassadors for Change in Mafikeng that's an affiliate to this room. We are equal to Ambassadors for Change who are mobilizing and have a room in Mafikeng right now. We are an affiliate to Ubuntu in the Park in Durban that after a democracy builder has focused on getting young people organized into youth clubs in Durban every week, has opened libraries, has done the work. They are an affiliate to this movement and this moment. So the other 2 parts of our politics and the new politics is about civics. And by civics, we mean we need to have civic conversations about what our democracy is, what governance is, what kind of politics we want, and we must be in conversation with each other all the time for that. I learned that lesson when we were in Wentworth, and some UDF activists sat me down, and they said where this thing derailed was in 1994, the UDF activists gave over their agency to the politicians. And we gave our power to the politicians and we said, politics is for the politicians. And they said, I wonder what would have happened if the UDF contested power for itself. And citizens contested their own power on their own terms and said the politics isn't for the elite. And so we must make a commitment today to civics. 100%. Whether you want to contest at the polls or not is irrelevant. We must all make a commitment to civic conversations around this country about who we vote for, why we vote, what our government means, how we hold each other accountable. We must do that work regardless if you're going to wear party colors or not. Regardless of who you vote for, I don't care who you vote for. I care that you are committed to taking action and being part of the conversations that matter. The second thing is direct action. We have become a country where direct action only means protest. And there's nothing wrong with protest. Please do not hear me to say, don't protest. But our friend Inse Ufort at the 8th of October said to us something that has stayed with me. She said, the world is used to black anger. It's become numb to black anger. When the world see black people protesting, they switch off and they wait. Because if we protest for 100 days, they only have to wait for day 101. They're cool with it. She said we must broaden the menu of what direct action looks like. And this community has taught me that in ways I never imagined. When we went to Sterkspruit, where's Lwando? When we went to Sterkspruit, in the middle of the Eastern, not even in the middle, on the cusp of the Eastern Cape, a rural town, when we went to Sterkspruit to have a conversation about democracy, and we walked away with a chicken farm and an LGBTQI awareness campaign, I said, what? What is this? What is this? When we went to Fear Plus, and a community took ownership of their clinic, and went to go and get training to be a clinic committee, and started managing the queue, and started getting furniture for the clinic committee, and started doing security. I said, what is this? What is this? Direct action is more than protest. It's us putting up our hands, rising to the occasion, and doing the things that we know how to do. And so we must commit to direct action in as many ways as possible. but we must also commit to electoral politics. And we've heard a little bit of why today, but I'm going to tell you one more time why. Because the leaders that we need and the leaders that we deserve are often the ones who are having to scrounge together resources to do the thing. When Stair, and I always tell the story of Stair, Stair is my superstar because he's taught me so much about convening, politics, and mobilization. But when Stair, during a pandemic, was able to get thousands of families fed while his ward councillor was telling us, oh, I'm not an essential worker, I don't have a permit. I said, make Stair the councillor. God damn it, make Stair the councillor then. We have been doing the work without the status, without the titles, without the money anyway. It is our government, not theirs. South Africa is our government, not theirs. Whoever they are, whoever's at the wheel today, is not the issue. The thing called South Africa, the project called South Africa, is our project. And I know way too many capable people who I would have represent me in a heartbeat to continue to just sit around and say, oh, the options are bad, man. It's not going to happen, guys. I'm not going to do that anymore. So here is my charge to you today. This is what we're going to come and do today. And in a minute, these cute rows of yours are going to disappear. They're going to become, this is going to become a Rivonia Circle room very fast. And you all know what that means. You all know what that means. These cute rows are going to disappear fast, guys. Yeah, because we're here to work. Today, we're here to work. Rising is only the beginning, then you must run. Once you rise, then you must run. Today, we're going to plan the path to run. So here's my charge for you today. Consider what your role will be towards 2024 and beyond in terms of shaping our electoral politics. Number one, decide if you're going to vote and why you're going to vote. Minimum. Number two, decide what's going to be on the ballot for you. What's going to be the thing that you are going to demand of anyone who wants your X? Number three, look around this room and decide who you want to vote for and challenge them to run and challenge them and tell them, I will be your campaign manager. I want you to stand up if you've ever heard me, if you're in this room and you've ever heard me say, I will be your campaign manager, stand. Stand. I have done that. I am walking around this country finding people I'm willing to vote for and telling them, I will manage that campaign. Look around the room and decide. But also look inside yourself and decide. Because what we need is not leaders. We need public representatives who are willing to be accountable to someone. And if that's you, rise, 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 South Africa, rise! It's you, boss.
Yeah, rise, South Africa, rise. So we are going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do this. Before we call on Pfizer, we will make it a bit messy. As Tessa said, we're going to change it and put it into a Rivonia Circle room. Sometimes work is messy. And as nice as those bar tables look, can we please move them to other parts of the room? We need the space so people can actually work. Once Faiza and the other three speakers have spoken, we'll get an opportunity then to start forming circles where we're going to engage deeply in conversation around the things that we gather around here for. So I'd like to invite Faiza to provoke us, give us some thoughts, some thinking around what does it mean for us to rise to the challenge of 2024. I think she's joining us virtually. Once she's joined us virtually, then we'll also then have Mobilising, who is in the room with us. Each of the speakers will be given about 5 to 8 minutes for their provocations, and then of course afterwards we'll have Mr. Nishan Bolton of the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. Faiza? Welcome, welcome,
Can
Faiza.
everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, my brothers and sisters. Rise, South Africa, rise. I want to start off by saying what an honor to speak to a room full of change makers who want to make a difference in South Africa. So before I start, can we please have a round of applause for all of you that woke up to be change agents today? A round of applause and thanks to Rabonia Circle for enabling a platform for us to engage on such a serious topic, our future. I'm currently sharing with you from Hong Kong. A major part of my trip is to learn and connect with movement builders here. And the people of Hong Kong are in full support of our collective journey in creating a mass movement which mobilizes people to create a more just and equitable South Africa. I'm the founder, my name is Faiza Lot, I'm the founder of Voice of the People movement. It has been such a journey. It has been exceptionally rewarding and exciting to be part of a movement building process. And my journey is July 2021. I was reflecting on what my purpose was and what I was passionate about in a time when something huge was happening. Do you guys all remember what was happening around July 2021? South Africa had one of the largest periods of social unrest in recent history, of course exacerbated by political turmoil and fracturing of the status quo. With chaos seemingly all around, from riots to cell phoning, and the urgency of that moment, and by going through an exercise called Ikigai. So for those who don't know what Ikigai is a Japanese concept referring to something that gives a person a sense of purpose, a reason for living. Where you find a Venn diagram between overlapping circles of what you're good at, what you love, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. Through the process, I came to the realization I wanted to get into politics. At the same time, I reflected on what my superpower could be. As my past to today, I realized what Steve Jobs said rings true. You can't connect the dots by looking forward, you can only connect them looking backwards. And as I connected the dots, it dawned on me that my power helped me to navigate and lead the movement I launched this year. I realized my superpower, in short, is my identity. And from the dots led me to where I am here today were three things. Number one, I'm a third culture kid. For those who don't know what third culture kid is, third culture kids or third culture individuals are people who are raised in a culture other than their parents, or the culture of the nationality, and also lived in a different environment during a significant part of their developmental years. So I was born in South Africa, grew up in Hong Kong, and I was there for 15 years. And this really shaped me to see the world in an intersectional way. Number two, growing up in Hong Kong, I always felt I couldn't fit in or belong. I dreamt of a place where inclusivity for all was a reality. Then I came to South Africa with the highest inequality in the world as measured by the GNI coefficient. I realized that with my Hong Kong experience, it is possible to create an inclusive society where unique opinions are voiced and heard. In fact, not only is it possible, but it's a must. Creating bridges to connect all cultures is the start where we can share ideas and dreaming for a tomorrow we all deserve. The people in this room here today and online are some of the dreamers to create the South Africa 2.0 we all want to live in. Lastly, I'm proud of my background. I believe we should all look at what makes us different as a superpower, where our differences and experiences provide a unique opportunity to see the world differently. It is through a multi-perspective, kaleidoscope lens that we can solve issues as we create an inclusive space for all in our communities, societies, and countries. And this really drove me to start Voice of the People movement, a grassroots initiative whose aim is to build stronger communities. And I chose to launch my pilot in Johannesburg, where we aim to solve hyperlocal problems through design thinking. As my team and I experiment our way to creative solutions. A quick shout out to my team in the audience today. Please put up your hand. I'm so proud of you all for making a difference. We ran a door-to-door campaign in Tanzania and spoke to 750 people on the challenges they face to create solutions as simple as starting a WhatsApp group by talking and connecting with each other. So strong communities talk to each other. And as Voice of the People movement, we have now partnered with Tanzania Community Forum to co-create solutions together to create a more solidified, involved, and passionate community. And one of the reasons why I believe we should rise towards 2024 is because of every one of you in this room here today. I'm currently a researcher at the presidency, and what I have observed is that the parliament is just a building filled with fancy art where policies and decisions are made. But it is the people who make the presidency and parliament, the people who are committed to the ideals of democracy and a fair and honest economy that echoes our spirit of Ubuntu. Likewise, with the future of our country, it is all about the people. We are the characters of the South African story. We are writing into history every day. And we must choose who we want to be in our South African story. Will we be heroes or villains? Will we be a footnote on the page or the title of the book? And that's what this moment is about today. Writing history, page by page, act by action, word by word. And as a realist, I cannot guarantee that everything is worked out and change will just emerge overnight. But I'm here to say that we must try. We must try. And this is why we need you. Your organizing ability, your demands for a better future, with your voting capacity, with your ability to mobilize to ensure we will not have to go down the same path as before and write the same pages in history time and time again. As Tessa said, all the care is going to be gone from them to all engage with each other. So we must be mindful that every voice is to be involved in the conversation as we engage with each other. That every person feels comfortable to partake and offer their own perspective, ultimately creating a sense of belonging and inclusion for everyone in the community. This is a non-negotiable, and that social and psychological safety is a prerequisite for honest and robust conversation. This is what you're going to have today. I'm going to end off by saying our history may be written, but our future is a script yet to be written. We still have every opportunity to write it, because we didn't come here to fear the future. We came here to shape it. And this is a future where we refuse to settle anything less than a prosperous nation. We must write our future fearlessly, confidently, and urgently today. My brothers and sisters, we got this, because change is always possible when people feel that they're involved and listened to. Amandla!
Away too. Amandla. Amandla. Halala voice of the youth. Halala voice of the people. Thank you guys so much. We're going to call on our next speaker now, Umxoli Sipiri, to please come up and take the stage with your provocations, sir. Yeah, rentisa le mic. Yeah, rentisa le mic. So, zon patal. Okay.
Sanbonani. Ushan Gome wrong, brother. Okay, DJ, Mr. Sound Engineer, just cut it because I wanted to get an introduction here, TKZ. That's it. Thank you. I said volume. Sure. Just listen to the lyrics. Kancane. Sure. Pasopani madoda biza zonke sijazama. Kapilani madoda spiza zonke sijazama. Kapilani madoda spiza zonke sijazama. Kapilani madoda spiza volume man angizwa kahle. Masocha Kerala Kichima bazowa Kerala gijima siyababona Kerala gijima bazowa thank you DJ ngayibamba mfethu sure sanibonani ninjani Wola well mina I'm from Ekasi so I'm just gonna do iwola hita ni grand ngirepresenta amaphara ngirepresenta aboskhuthini yabo Esvar yeah so igama lami umculi Siphiri my name is Mculi Siphiri from Innovating Kasi Organization ngiphethe izinja zami zeRevunya Sekele ngiphethe izinja zami abo Pfizer the one just spoke sihlanganiswa into e1 change we are driven by the change we are driven by the frustrations of our people, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world. A black person particularly is struggling throughout the continent, globally, throughout the world. So before I go any further, there's a song that right? So this song goes by Abom Koze Makonin Ninazoti Paramisa, right? Abom Koze Makonin Abashayili Bama Taxi Amakishini Wenzingati. Whether you are a mate or a helper, ukupi kolite money, untomnyama stay strong. Ungavumeli baqede. Sure. So those lyrics mainly they are made for people that are doing underrated jobs. Those people are our backbone. They are backbone of this economy, and we tend not to respect them. And this is what causes bullying most of the time because their children are afraid to come out to say this is my parent and whatsoever. So as Pagamise Nabantu betu, from the people that are on the ground literally to the people that are professionals, right? This is what we need to endorse. This is how we start to endorse each other, and this is how we empower each other, right? So I have a lot on my mind because Tessa said, hey, in fact, I just want you to do something young, I just say hi and then get out of the stage and whatsoever. I was like, Tessa Marino, I have a lot on my mind. You see? Yeah. So, you know, 16 days of activism, if I'm not mistaken, it's Kalizor. Right? So we're gonna get to that part because there's a guys that think for Utba bank happy among Poma stage. Get ready, guys. So in the land 14 we need to 16 days of activism. It's 365 days, it's not 16 days, right? But what bothers me with this thing is that if you noticed politically, even in religion, even professionally, right? We have so many women in the ANC, for an example. The membership in the ANC is mostly women. But guess who's in the top 6 or the top what? It's men. And what's wrong with women uniting and supporting each other? You know? I remember 2017, I was in the party, I was in a camp. I was one of the people that were advocating for a female to run the country. Because at that time I felt, okay, out of all of them, the ones that were campaigning, at least this one, Natuni Betanyana, that can. It's so sad how they were, you know, they did not even feel other women, right? This is sad. So women, start empowering each other. You have the power. That way we'll be able to, you know, whether we like it or not. But as long as you come up with cat fights, we won't be able to. We'll always prevail as men, right? So I'm saying you have an opportunity as women to take your part. As Tessa was saying, who said, I can be their campaign manager, and I'm looking, I'm like, where are the women? You know? And I believe these are organizations. How many of you are running NPOs, Bafetu? Are running organizations? How many of you are activists, making sure what we are, what someone is, how many of you are thinking of a better change for the next person, right? So we are all leaders. This is what has been said over and over. I don't want to repeat what the Revonia Circle guys have been saying and the other speakers have said and are still going to say. What is most important is that, remember, when you choose a leader, it's not about you liking them or being friends with them. It's you understanding what these people are capable. Even if you can hate the person, but if they can get the job done, let's vote for that person. Because the one mistake that we tend to make is that we push people that we think, he's cute. Hey, Omega Shenyana Lusisi, you know, and we really, hey, this one can speak nice, like pastors, and then you take out all your money and give it to them. while there's other people, same street that are sleeping on an empty stomach. You gave you a whole tithe, 10%, including the other 50%, and including your car sometimes. You also donate with your homes, while in your neighborhood there's kids that are living, and the pastor keeps on getting richer. And you are saying, hey, I'm doing justice. To who? Right? So I'm saying, let's love the change, not necessarily the people. Let's be driven by the change that we want to see. If someone can count better than me and is a better accountant, even if angang bora, but that person asimbegeni because he's good at what they do. If someone spiritual ukhona noma mekhonweni agqoka ibhantshi elidabukile, let me support that person ukuthi akhona ukuthi avuselele the whole community. Let us not judge people according to their looks or how much status they are in, because sometimes people that are like us, from Ekas, young is almost in English, like it's from Ekas. You get what I'm saying, ne? Yeah. So if I want to sound cool, then I'll go to yo, and I'll be, but I'm still not talking proper English. Therefore, it's like that one is on board, and then comes Mr. Lukono, no songs. You heard them also. As you know, the tithe, and you're like, oh wow, brilliant. They haven't said nothing, but I'm not talking specifically about them. You know who I'm talking about, the ones that will start with, we are on top of the matter. And as you can see, the police are still solving the case. That will take forever. I mean, while they already have answers, it's forever. We are on top of the matter. And indeed, they are on top of the matter because they're on top of our necks. We are suffocating, and we are allowing them to be on top of the matter, meaning they are on top of our necks, and we are suffocating, and we are slowly dying, and we are not allowing ourselves to breathe. We are allowing them, we are giving them power to suffocate us, while we have all the power to change the status quo. So mine is to say, believe in yourself. It's ubablukhona makasho ukuthi senzini na mina ngisafuna abo senzini na senzeni asenzanga next, that's why singayiphambili. That's why we don't move forward. Asenzi nix. We are sitting and we are busy hoping that Jesus will come and rescue us. There's no Jesus who's going to come down and rescue us, guys. There's no Cyril Ramaphosa, the Lord of billions in para there in the mattress, who's going to share that money with us. There's no way, right? If you know someone who's doing good in your own neighborhood, pagamisa, bashilo, but this person, these people that, let us become servants of the people. You know, when you are a servant, right? Let's stop becoming comrades. This word comrade is too tainted. Let's be servant of the people. Let's serve. If you are chosen as a leader, remember who you are. And please, stick to your promise. And if we are unhappy with you, we will recall you. Sizokubuyisa, sithi buya baba. Machita wami, ngicela nisondeleni lapho Shumi, ngicela nisondeleni fast bafethu sivalent because the program is still long. There is another mic there. So I would like everyone to stand up as we do a moment of silence for 16 days of activism. I would like for us to take a moment of silence for all those people that have passed on trying to save this country. I'm sure wherever they are turning in their graves. The likes of Chris Hani, the likes of Steve Biko, Mamwini Mandela, and those who are known. Those we know personally and those we've read of and those we don't know of. I would like for us to take a moment of silence for those children who died innocently, dying because they are children and someone is out there frustrated and they are taking their frustration, their sexual frustration out of abantwana, which is totally unfair, or the anger that they have with their partners. Let us remember those people. It is very important that we bring change amongst ourselves. We are a depressed nation, and if we don't do something about it, these things will continue, because we are not solving any of this matter. And lastly, it is important that we don't run to people that are condoning these things and ask for help. You can't say total shutdown. We expect the president to solve these things. When they are accused of impregnating young children, when you have Abukwete calling them tigers, it won't help us, those things. Let us pick people that are relevant, right? So, guys, over to you. Don't forget to pagamisa bafit.
Sanborn. Wema-Afrika ake nilalele ningithi nansi indaba yakuleli lizwe kulelizwe kwakungekho dlame kulelizwe sasihlezi ngokuthula kwafika usathane saphela isizwe senkosi phela abantu benkosi
singazi kwenze njani
Dlomani nihlombela usathane Dlomani nihlombela isizwe
Dlomani bo
Dlomani nihlombela usathane Dlomani nihlombela isilingo wema-Afrika ake nilalele nina nansi indaba yakuleli lizwe kulelizwe kwakungekho dlame kulelizwe sasihlezi ngokuthula kwafika usathane saphela isizwe senkosi waphela abantu benkosi singazi kwenze njani Dlomani nihlomela usathane Dlomani nihlomela isilingo
indaba ikule box sanibonani ushumi the poet imbongi inqoloba namagama ekhiqiza amaqiniso indaba ikule box sengikhulumela nina laba enalibona kuqala i-voting box ne-ballot box ngisho laba bavuka ngo-3 am abafola iline egudlisa konyoka bayitshela ukuthi banethemba ukuthi mabafaka u-X kulela box iyoshintsha impilo yomuntu omnyama singazi ukuthi kanti kuyoba umnyama ngomnyama thina labe savuka ngo-3 am siyovotwa yithi esincinyela igesi esilala ngobumnyama eyimpilo yomuntu omnyama nanamhlanje ngiyakhala sengizwela ley'ngane ezingafani nathi ezingakhulanga zifunda ngekhandlela abathembele kule gesi ne-Wi-Fi nkosi yami uyakhala utata omkhulu e-Eastern Cape le Queenstown ezihlaleni zasekomani uthi hayi mntanami ndivile andiyifuni RDP ngifuna umsebenzi ngizathi RDP uyakhala umama sekatete ingane emhlane madoda athi ngwanese kwikwile ngwanaka walla akunisawuja bana bafedile kidi drugs kiye nyawupe nohulumeni akasizi khala umama ozalile uyaseyazi isihlungu sesinya sakhe oh bakhathi bakithi masihlanganeni kodwa yithi labe savota safika ngo-3 am entathakusa safola iline egudliswe kwenyoka sinethemba lokuthi masifaka u-X kulela box yazi izoshintsha impilo yomuntu omnyama besingazi ukuthi kanti kuyoba umnyama ngomnyama nalabo khansela sesiyabasaba ngoba ngathi babaphenduka isitha kulo mphakathi sebaphenduka abathakathi sengikhalela nalezi ngoma bazimoshela amanzi ngoba thina singama-Afrika singabantu bamanzi sebahlanganisa amanzi neyitamkoka sazi sebawakhipha apha amabhadi inkosi yami kodwa yithi labe savota thina safika ngo-3 am safola iline egudliswa kwenyoka sithemba ukuthi masifaka le vote yoshintsha impilo yomuntu omnyama singazi ukuthi sifaka ama-leader azoba yinyoka kanti kwenzakalani kwakhala nyonyini ngokhezani nangotsesi emashinini hayi ngcono basinike independent sisikhethela i-leader yethu eliphuma kulo mphakathi kube i-independent candidate ke sibeke umholo ozosimela mani ngoba lena irivona sekele esikhathelile abaholi bamanga sivotele political party jikijiki basipolela umholo ozoba isigebengu bafethu sizwile lama-political party asihlanganeni sibebumba ngoba yithi laba thina esavuka ngo-3 am safola iline egudliswa kwenyoka sinethemba lokuthi one day masifaka u-X kulela box yazi yoshintsha impilo yomuntu omnyama kanti kuyoba umnyama ngomnyama ushumi the poet imbongi inqoloba namagama ekhiqiza amaqiniso bayete ushumi esabeka ngiyabonga mina
wema-Afrika ake nilalele ndithi nansi indaba yakuleli lizwe kulelizwe kwakungekho dlame kulelizwe
sasihlezi ngokuthula
siyabonga thina
phakamisa
Sivuka ngo 3 a.m. guys, sivota every day. Lento esiyenza namhlanje siyavota. Everything we do every day esiyenza emphakathini emakhaya siyavota. It's our vote, it's our voice, it's our actions. That ballot box is just one day, but sivuka every day ngo 3 a.m. guys siyavota. We have one more speaker on this section of the program. I'm going to ask Nishan Bolton from the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. As Nishan is coming up, can I just ask the under construction team to get ready for afterwards? Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yes, of course.
8 minutes, can you just signal for me?
I'll be sitting right in the corner.
Good morning, everybody. It's very unfair to get me to come after that kind of performance. Unless you can find the music that is appropriate for SASSA beneficiaries. You know, politicians, or let me put it this way. What is it that politicians and diapers on napkins have in common? They both need to be changed, and for the same reason. And we are at that point in our country today. But I say this realizing that one of the myths that we have been fed and we've all come to believe is that politics is not important. Many in your families and everywhere else will say politics is a dirty word and politicians are all dirty. Whereas the truth is that politics is central to every aspect of your lives. If you think about all the things that you did from the time that you got up this morning to where you are now, I guarantee you there is not one thing that has not been affected by a political choice or decision. Whether you had hot water when you got up or not, whether you had electricity, whether you came by public transport or by private transport, the price of petrol, the quality of car, every aspect of that would have been impacted on by politics. The clothing that you wear is affected by political choices, whether it's imported or not, the tax on that clothing, the quality of that clothing, all has political choices into it. So one of the big things that we have is to get people to understand the importance of politics and why, therefore, political choices and political leaders is as important for us today as it might have been when we were opposing those who were in power. Political power is central to finding the solutions to many of our problems. But it's the quality of people whom we put into office and who work in the institutions of government that are perhaps the most important. As Rivonia was going through its own thinking processes, many of us were also going through this in different foundations and movements, and I think we came to the same conclusion at about the same time, that the time for being watchdogs was over, because we can watch and be treated like dogs, but our ability to force change was an unnecessary struggle, when the real solution is change the quality of people who are in political office. If you think about it, what is the one big thing that all members of parliament are supposed to do? They are meant to approve R1 trillion plus budget every year. That's the resources that we have, at least at one level, to deal with the problems of this country? Do they do it in a meaningful way? Do they make sure that that money gets used properly? I think all of you know the answer. Almost 40 years ago, next year will be the 40th anniversary of the UDF. Almost 40 years ago. Oh. All right. South Africa was almost in the same mood as this meeting. Across the length and breadth of our country, people were organizing, people were talking about change, and they were saying that the Botha government had to go and his tricameral system had to go. And in January of 1983, at a conference of the Transvaal Anti-South African Indian Council conference, Alan Busak and others mooted the idea of the formation of a united democratic front. By August of that year, almost 600 organizations came together to form perhaps what was the most powerful movement that sustained us throughout the decade of the 80s. Very much like now, there was a mood that we needed to work together, that we needed to find common ground, and that we could, in fact, affect change. 2024 is that opportunity for change. But we must also be mindful that 2024, many others will present a very different picture of the 30 years of democracy that we would have reached. I'm hoping that this movement will be centered on hope and not fear, will be centered on unity, not division, will be centered on participation, not inaction, will be centered on voice and not silence, will be centered on inclusion and not exclusion. Exclusion is going to become a central part of the 2024 elections. Let's get rid of foreigners. Let's not talk about racism in schools because it's not the right thing to do. Let's not talk about gays, lesbians, and others because our religion says that they shouldn't. There are many points of exclusion that people are going to raise. Find ways of opposing that because we must build an inclusive South Africa. But as much as it's a moment for change, when a governing party is likely to get below 50%, how are they going to respond? How will they react if they were to lose, if they know that they're going to get below 50%? Let me share a few examples. And I can share these examples because I've managed election campaigns of the ANC in Gauteng, 95, 99, 2004. Much to my, not shame, but today when I look back, there are things that I would have done or should not have done at that point in time. Look out for how state resources are going to be used in this election. As party funding, as people don't want to give money to political organizations, watch how they will use money. Yesterday, I attended an event hosted by the MEC for Public Transport, Roads and Services, ostensibly to pay homage to previous MECs of transport who had passed away. I get to Avalon, huge marquee, catering, all of the staff there, and a number of people only associated that I know only with the ANC. After the formalities, it turns out that the only songs that are sung are in praise of the ANC. Now, why is this? It's about rallying the troops so that they come into the election campaign. Public servants are, in many cases, at the heart of elections machinery, and you don't see them, but they are there. The researching, the monitoring, the call center operations, and everything else, they are there. Ask yourselves why. 18 months before an elections this province suddenly has money to employ 6,000 young people to go and do safety work in this province. Why? That's your troops. That's your troops for the election. Because we don't have the money to pay them otherwise. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope that I'm wrong. But another thing that you must look out for is beginning to cast doubt on the credibility of the elections itself by those in office. Trump did this very well. If you're going to lose, you now start saying, no, there's going to be some tampering with the results. So when the results officially come out, you can then say it is wrong and I disagree with it. And therefore, I had said to Lukona some time back, stop faffing around. Whatever you call it, you have to register with the IEC to contest elections. Whether it's Rivonia or whatever name you give yourself. Don't faff around, get the registration done as soon as possible. Because you cannot wait for September, October next year to get all of those things in place. To contest an election, there are 6,000 plus voting stations, and you need people at every one of those voting stations to protect the ballots to make sure that those elections are credible. And that infrastructure means that we need to move beyond what we have. You need to move beyond what you have. You need to move to points, you need to have hundreds of thousands of people behind this movement. But also watch out for how history is going to be exploited. Next year will be the 60th anniversary of the Rivonia trial. It will be 50 years since the 1973 Durban workers' strike, 40 years of the UDF, 30 years of Chris Hani's death. All of these will become used to bring people back around the stranglehold of history. Suddenly, streets are going to be renamed, hospitals will be renamed, and all kinds of stuff. In the Kathrada Foundation, or not the Kathrada Foundation, but I got a call from Public Works and Transport to say they want to rename the N12 after Ahmed Kathrada. I said, I can give you my personal view. I think it is wrong. And the reason why I think it is wrong, unless you can guarantee that that street will be better after the renaming, don't do it. We need to begin to be critical about the exploitation of history in the run-up to this election. Reima Musa's family were at the point of calling on the provincial government to withdraw her name when the sewage started flowing through that hospital, because they felt it was a disgrace to her name. And I think if every other struggle icon and family does the same to withdraw that legitimacy, we will begin to make a statement about the abuse of history by those in power. 2024, however, is an opportunity for change. It's an opportunity to start defining that change. But the way in which you conduct an election will be a reflection on how you would govern if given an opportunity. Let me repeat that. The way you conduct an election campaign will be a reflection of how you would govern if given an opportunity. How you interact with people, how you incorporate their ideas, but more importantly, how honest you are. Neville Alexander, before his death, said to me, one of the biggest mistakes made in this country was to say to people that we can solve all of the problems overnight. He said, had we been honest and said we can only solve the crisis in education in 50 years, then people would have understood what will be required of us. And as Rivonia goes into this process of contesting elections, don't make promises that are unrealistic. Be honest with people. Be honest at all times. As I move towards closure, because my time is up, you carry the name Ravonia. Always be mindful of Mandela's speech at the dock, in which he says, "During my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to the struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." If you carry that name and you carry that legacy forward, what are you prepared to do to achieve South Africa 2.0? I want to close with a poem that I read yesterday at our youth camp, and it's by Maya Angelou, "Still I Rise." You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me on the very dirt, but still like dust I'll rise. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hopes springing high, still I rise. Do you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air I'll rise. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Thank you very much.
Rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, South Africa, rise! Gagabani lamandla! Gagabani lamandla! Kubuziwe kuthiwe, what ideal are you willing to live for and what ideal, if needs be, are you willing to die for? Which is now the part where we start asking ourselves the tough question. As Tessa said, this is the part where this becomes a Rivonia cycle. Digwe ngoku thetha, ziyakhala ngoku. Ziyakhala ngoku. Mazikhale mntase, hey, ndiyayithanda le pavi. Ndiyayithanda le pavi. Ndiyayibulela le pavi. Betuna, we're going to go back to Slido because it's now time for the room to start responding to the conversations that we've been having this morning. We're about to go into lunch after the next table talk session. There's a table talk session we're going to do now. Then we're going to go into lunch. But before we do that, we need to start surfacing now our thoughts in the room about everything that we've been hearing in response to everything, because this is where we start driving conversation and driving engagement. So if we go on to Slido, the question that is before us is, what would you, in your capacity, your personal capacity, prefer to associate yourself with? A political party? A political movement? Nothing. As Tessa said, I don't care who you vote for. Pick one. Pick a struggle. I'm hoping that the colleagues who are with us in the other areas, and I'm hoping that we can touch base with them, Shem, and just check that they're still there with us. We want to make sure that the people are still with us. There's an interesting back and forth that's happening here. This is it. For as long as this thing is moving, I'm happy because it means we're engaging. When it stops moving is when I'll get worried. So don't worry. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. It's in like the water. Keep it flowing like the water. Keep it flowing, guys. Keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. 64% of us in the room, 64% of us who are joining this, including those who are joining us on the satellites, are saying they would like to align in themselves the political movement. 23% of you say you would still like to align yourself with a political party. There is a portion of us that feels they would like to align with nothing. And I want in the conversations maybe for us to define what nothing is and for that to maybe start surfacing so we can understand what we mean by nothing. And maybe nothing becomes a few more categories. Maybe it becomes something that we give a name to. It's up to us. There are no right or wrong answers. It's your answer. It's your truth. It's what you want. So can we just check in with the satellite rooms? Mahikeng liteng na. Akeli biteng mahikeng. Mahikeng ithe kunkosi yami basaphila koba banana noma base bathatha break kuyodliwa ama banana la bahamba khona angisazi bayavela. Are we able to go into the satellites or should we check in with them after lunch? Okay. Fantastic. So we're going to go into the table talk now. But thank you for that feedback because the feedback that we're receiving on Slido is what's going to drive the conversations. It's what's going to show us all where the mobilizing opportunity is, where the mobilizing need is that we need to be responding to today. So, ndizocela ukuthi axolile wethu azonjoina. But I know he's here. There we go. Now please welcome uAxolile Notywala onto the stage. So what we're going to do is he's going to give us a bit of an intro. Join me, my friend. Sisonke. There's enough space here for all of us. I mean, Timkulu, but there's enough space here for all of us. He's going to give us an overview of what this discussion is going to be about. As he finishes this overview is now when the circles need to come together. Sizojika izinto, as the song says. So you start forming yourselves into small groups. There's some space at the back if you need to pull chairs. And as he takes us through what we will be reflecting on in the groups, please start organizing yourselves as soon as he's done. I'm going to hand over to you, Puti. Thank you.
Goes. Amandla! Amandla! Good morning, everyone. I understand we're being asked to rise. I don't like this. Is it fine if I just stand here and move? And goes. Igama lami ndingu-Axolile wakwaNotywala. Ndisuka eKapa, Cape Town, eKhayelitsha. I stay and work primarily at Khayelitsha and in townships around the colony, Cape Town. I work with people in these townships. I'm part of a movement. It's a new movement. It's still in the process of being built. It's called the Movement for Collective Action and Racial Equity. Movement for CARE, for short. And I was reflecting with some people there at the back because that's one of the things that we see and that we continue to see missing in politics. Care. Inkathalo, when we talk about politicians, we see that that's missing. Inkathalo, care is something that's missing. Majority of those who work with civic organizations, community organizations, who would have been working during COVID-19 when, in our reflections in Khayelitsha, when ward councillors took leave, when the country was closed, they also closed offices. We saw that there was no care. We saw in the way in which police attacked people for walking in the streets. We saw in which grannies, grandmothers, grandfathers were locked out of social development offices while it was raining. They slept outside for social grants, all those things. And so that's something that if we are going to talk about a political movement, I was asked to talk about a political movement to introduce this session. I am not the only one that's going to talk about this. It's everyone that's here that's going to talk about this. What does a political movement look like?
before we rise, are we ready to organize? That's an important question. I'm an organizer. I talk with communities. I don't talk to communities. Organizing, it's not about talking to communities. It's about talking with communities. I talk with communities on a daily basis. And so my question to you is, are you ready to organize? I'm not hearing anyone. Are you ready to organize? Are you ready to organize to rise? And so, if there is going to be a political movement, there needs to be organizing. There needs to be mobilizing people to come and build a political movement. Political movement is not going to be built by Tessa or Lukona or Songezo. It's going to be built by people. That's what movement building is about. There is a social scientist by the name of Hilde Gottlieb. She has a document that she wrote as part of her organization. It's called Movements or Organizations. And this is part of the conversation that we're talking about here. There are a lot of political parties currently that exist. Some of them still call themselves movements. Some of them, when they were started, they used to call themselves movements. But none of those are movements. None of these political parties are movements. Someone here was talking about a top 6. Majority of these people organize through those top 6. And so we need to have a conversation around who organizes, how do we organize? Who is a leader in a political party versus who is a leader in a political movement? Uhildi, the social scientist, talks about the fact that in movements, there is a question that is going to be asked as to what is the purpose of the movement. In movement, form follows function. Is that clear? Form follows function. You don't start by a top 6 and start a structure in movements. You start to understand what is your function first. If you then need to have a form, then you decide. But the main issue is purpose or function. And form does not need to be rigid. It does not need to be stable. It does not need to always be a top 6 or an executive committee or executive council. If function changes, then form must change. If function changes, then form must change. And so this is the conversation that we should be having. And also to discuss who is a leader, how do we form leadership. One of the things that she says is that leadership emerges from within. Anyone can join, as long as they subscribe to certain values. So it's not about individuals. It's not about if I agree with Cyril Ramaphosa, then I join this movement. It's not about if I agree with Julius Malema, then I join this movement. It's about if I agree with the values, the principles of this movement, then I join this movement. Because accountability is going to be to those values, not to the individuals. And so leadership is within us. Again, it's not from the people that were on this stage. Leadership should be within us. And so when we think about what type of a political movement, we need to think about some of those things. And lastly, before we break into our discussion, there were quite a lot of talk here about direct action. That's what movement is about. Movement is about direct action. If some of you watch the World Cup, and watched the game in which Japan was playing, I can tell you that's movement. The fans of Japan, after each and every game, when they get up and clean the stadium. That's movement. That's what movement is about. That is direct action. They did not wait for any individual to tell them to clean the stadium. They got up as a collective, they cleaned the stadium. That's what movement is about. And so direct action is something, direct action is about going to put an X and voting for someone. But direct action is also about calling that person that you voted for and bringing them on the ground to talk with the people, not to talk to the people. And so that's the direct action around movement building in which we have to think of. One other thing Ulukona was talking about here was that we keep trying. Ne? We need to keep trying, we need to keep trying, we need to keep trying. There's some words that were used in some of the posters, which I use a lot. Unlearn, disrupt, and rise. They say rise. Normally, I say unlearn, disrupt, rebuild. And so if we try, we can't keep trying and then not unlearning. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. In each and every process of movement building, unlearning is important. If I do or say something here today, I need to reflect. And if I see and I know that what I did was wrong, I need to unlearn. There is a lot that is wrong in society and in how we do things because we do not unlearn. Before we learn, we need to unlearn first. Many of these political parties that come out now, they don't unlearn. They learn the same form in which the ANC was formed in. They say, they come out of the ANC, they're going to say we are going to be different. But they do not unlearn. They form the same structure. They form the same top six. And it's the same thing again and again and again and again. And then Tina, siphela singayazi uba sizavotela abantu because yonke le nto iyafana. It's the same thing. And so one thing that I urge you in whatever you do, when you walk, when you conversate, have a conversation, when you reflect, think about unlearning. Once you think about unlearning, think about disrupting the status quo. People were talking about the status quo. The status quo is the ANC, is the DA, it's the EFF, it's Action SA. That needs to be disrupted. Once you unlearn, you are able to disrupt. And you need to rise or rebuild. Whatever you do after that, you need to change because you've unlearned. And so these are some of the things that we need to think about. There are 3 questions that are being asked in relation to this conversation. One is, what makes a political movement? I saw a percentage there. Majority of the people were saying they'd like to associate themselves with a political movement. So what makes a political movement different from a political party? That's one of the questions we should be reflecting on. And so there's going to be an opportunity for us to come back and give feedback. So when we talk, we need to answer one of those questions. That's the first one. The second is, remember I said form follows function. What should be the function of this political movement that we are talking about here? We're talking about a political movement, and we need to be clear. A political movement that is going to contest power. What should the function of this political movement be? Contesting political power doesn't start and end. It doesn't stop there. What should the function or functions of this political movement be? And the third is that I spoke about not organizing around individuals, not organizing around people's egos, but organizing around values and principles. So discuss what are the 3 values or 3 principles that you think a political movement or this political movement should be based on. So you need to build this movement. Therefore, you need to come up with these principles for this movement. This movement is not Rivonia Circle. Rivonia Circle might have its own principles and its own values. This movement might be different from that, it might be similar from that, but it needs to be something that you come up with, not them. So we need to discuss 3 principles, and then there'll be time allowed at the end to feedback in that. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to ndifuna ukuthi amaqabane xa eligama belke lanqanda.
It stays on. So ngiyaxolisa kakhulu for that technical glitches. So I did ask people to move away from the back. So I'm going to ask you to, in this side of the room, please make space, make circles. We want circles of 10 to 15 people. 10 to 15 people. Please utilize the room as much as possible. On this side, you have both parts of the back as well as parts of the front. Occupy the whole room. I think at Teguini in Durban, I saw people who had tables. Please try and remove all of those tables from that room. Ask the hotel to sort you out. Or you can sit around those tables, whatever's easier, but I don't like tables. Just as a note. So please rise in this room. Stand up, please. Take your chair. Form groups of 10 to 15 people, and you are essentially discussing and engaging around these 3 questions that Mr. Nochwala had spoken to us about. There's plenty of space. You can use the back, the sides of the room. Our colleagues at Rivonia Circle, if you can help us to move people a bit quicker. Are you guys forming one group or is this a separate group? Mr. Zulani, how are you doing? Nice to meet you in person. Sure. Nice to meet you in person, sure. All right, let's move. Let's form another group this side as well. Just take a chair. All right, there are chairs available here in the front. At the back, there's a lady waving. There's space to form another group. Just take your chair and move to that space. Don't desert the middle. You can even use the middle to form your groups as well. 10 to 15 people. Try not to be over 15 so that everyone can get a chance to speak. Let's see what's happening in the other venues. In Durban, are you organizing? Mahikeng, are you organizing? Mthatha, East London. Form circles of 10 to 15 people. You're discussing the 3 questions. What is the difference between a political party and a movement? What are the principles around which you are, or rather, what is the function of that movement? And what are 3 key principles that you want to organize around? All right, so once you've formed your group, one person on the group, please open Slido, the same Slido that we've been showing. And on Slido, those questions are there. So as part of the discussion, we will be taking down notes via Slido. For IR, guys, it's not just flip chart papers here. So we're using Slido to be able to give feedback. Guys? All right. Sure. All right, it all looks like we're all in our groups. Can I just quickly get your attention? Some final instructions. Mighty Jamie is here. Welcome, sir. Mighty Jamie, that's debate now. All right, colleagues, just your attention for 2 minutes. So, you've gotten yourselves into groups of 10 to 15 people. You're speaking about contesting political power. You've discussed, or we've talked about in the Slido that was happening before, that the means around which you want to organize is through a political movement. Now we want to define, 1, what does it mean to be a political movement as opposed to a political party? The second question is, what are the values, or rather, what is the function of that political movement? And 3, defining 3 at least key values that you want to organize around. Those questions are on Slido. So we'd like to ask that one person in that group in the group that you're in join Slido. So they're essentially your scribe. That's the person who's taking down notes via Slido. The questions are on Slido. Whatever the discussion whatever comes up in that discussion, you put it into Slido so that we all have an idea of what's happening. On top of that, we'll also offer some of the groups an opportunity to give feedback after you've discussed. So let's say we're giving you 15 to 20 minutes for that discussion. We recognize that the groups are big, so try and offer and make sure that everyone has an opportunity equally to discuss and engage. Okay, so where there are hands, will be coming through to you shortly as well. There's a Q&A function on Slido as well. So if you have any questions that you haven't been able to raise in the room, please just also use Slido as a Q&A section. Yes. Colleagues who are helping us with Slido, we don't see the poll for these questions happening. Please help us to upload those. All right, your 15 to 20 minutes starts now. If you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand. Londi and other facilitators are here. Sure. Okay, cool. Can we broadcast the questions on the screen, please? Our team, our technical team at the back. The first question is, what is the difference between a political party and a movement? Discuss. What is the difference between a political party and a movement? So we're saying we want to organize as a movement. What does that mean? Are these guys not engaging? Leadership, make sure they engage. Colleagues, are you sorted? You sorted? Number two is, what is the function of that, or what is the purpose, or what is the purpose or function of that political party or movement? Yeah. The three questions will be are getting put up on the slide shortly. We are currently at 2 minutes past 12. The discussion should conclude by 12:15, please. The questions are as follows. What makes a political movement different to a political party? What should the purpose of the political movement be? Discuss 3 principles of a political movement towards 2024. Those are the questions that we're trying to engage around. Program young Mbela. Sorry. Yeah, if you can send. So, what makes a political party different to a movement? What should the purpose of the political movement be? Discuss the 3 principles of a political movement towards 2024. So we'd like to highlight to our colleagues in the satellite venues that they'll also get an opportunity to give feedback in that regard.
Gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you. Leave me in the dirt. 'Cause every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker this tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Maybe we I know you're thinking I'm hurtless.
Good, good, man.
You're thinking I'm I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you. Please you go and leave me in the dust. 'Cause every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker this tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Maybe we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too.
A reminder of the questions. Sorry. What makes a political party different to a movement? What should the purpose of the political movement be? And discuss 3 principles of a political movement towards 2024. It seems we have not been able to upload the questions on Slido, so take down notes on your notepad where possible, and we'll use that as feedback opportunity. You have 10 more minutes remaining for the discussion. Those are the 3 questions. Thank you, thank you. So what I'd like to do is start in Mahikeng first, insofar as getting feedback. Can we allow ourselves to listen to inputs from Mahikeng? Colleagues from Mahikeng, we are ready to hear feedback from you. All right, whilst we wait for Mahikeng, let's go to Durban. Durban, feedback, what was your discussion like? Give us 2 key things that came out from your discussion. Angimbon, is Melusi here even? Angimbon. All right. All right, Melusi in Durban, can we have feedback from the room? We see that your camera's on, but if you can also unmute as well. All right, Banele in Mahikeng, are you ready? Africa Unite is Durban, guys. Can we unmute Africa Unite? There we go. We can't see you technically. We don't. All right. Interesting stuff. Melusi, are you speaking? We can't hear you at all.
Yeah, I'm muted now. If present, I'll come and present.
We can hear you. Please go for it. Please give us 2 key things that came out of your discussion per question.
Ready. 2 minutes, guys. Can we hold our discussion? Everyone.
Sorry, guys. Can you mute your laptop?
Yeah, Melusi is muting.
That side. We're hearing feedback.
Yeah, don't worry. Melusi is muting now. There we go.
Cool.
How does it sound now?
We can hear you perfectly now.
good?
Perfectly, yeah.
Hello?
I'm muted now. Guys, hello? This mic is muted on Zoom, so I am muted. Please unmute me. The venue can't hear me.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. We're going to go mute
Okay,
ourselves now so that we don't get feedback. Sure.
Okay, awesome. We're ready for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm greeting everyone who's participating, especially here, the guys that are here with me in Durban. I'm greeting all of you guys. Well, for us, because now as young people, we are still discussing in our small groups. We have not yet come with like can be a common ground, because there are a lot of ideas coming from young people. But the definition between the difference between the political party and the movement, it will be simply technical, because now most of us are unable to differentiate between the party and the movement. But the movement, if people are united together, they can be able to take any step going forward. But within the party will hinder some of the actions that can be taken by the collective because of the principles or what are the guidelines of the party. Therefore, there's a hindrance between the movement and the party. I think that's what the group have said. The second one would be the values, principles,
functions.
Well, the function, they said, the political party that must assume power should be a carrier of everybody's interest, not of those who put that party into power.
Yeah.
But everybody must be represented, unlike what we are currently seeing with our political parties. And also, when it comes to the values, the value should be people should come first before the political party. We've had some of the previous presidents putting the party before the people. So we don't want that as young people. If we create a movement, it should represent it should prioritize the interests of young people, especially the ones that are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, because they're unable to attend such functions. This information you are sharing, they're unable to access. Therefore, if the political party needs to make change, it should target those who are most vulnerable and those who are young, who should be taking our country forward.
Yeah.
That's the
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Durban. Thank you very much, Peggy Zenzo. We realize that we haven't captured everyone's input. Okay, thank you. You can mute yourselves now. Thank you very much. So essentially in Durban, what they said is, whilst they haven't come to a complete consensus on what the difference between a political party and a movement is, they essentially say that political movements have the ability and the consensus of all of the people that are a part of it, unlike political parties who seem to purport to represent communities that they don't necessarily represent. The second part, insofar as what the purpose of that political movement ought to be, it's to ensure that all of the views and values of the people who form part of that movement are part and parcel of how that movement rises and is part of that political power. The third, insofar as the values, one, it must be focused on young people as one of the values. The second is it must empower the most disadvantaged in the different spaces. I don't think they came up with a third one, but those were essentially some of the things that I was able to understand from that. Let's hear lastly, are we still having trouble with Mahikeng? Let's check with Mahikeng. Are you available to give feedback? Nothing from Mahikeng, nothing from East London, nothing from Tata. We do recognize that the technical glitches might have impacted those venues. Please make sure that as we start to get feedback from the room, that you are on Slider. We're going to open up Slider now. Say again? East London. East London is ready. Okay, let's have East London as the final satellite venue that's willing to offer feedback. Let's hear from East London. Thanks, leader.
We're open.
Yes, we can see and hear you. Okay, we can't hear you anymore.
Yes, we're ready. Camera,
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Please talk. Okay, so we're ready. One, the demonstration movement and a party are following a movement. Inclusive, ibala wonke umuntu, izimo zomuntu wonke.
Speak English.
Okay, the movement, the demonstration movement.
No, angathetha ulima alithandayo.
It involves everyone's activities and involves everyone's voices.
Translate this side, don't worry.
Secondly, it solves a problem, whereas the movement, whereas a party, instead of involving everyone, it has a structure, and sometimes the structure impedes the inclusivity of the masses.
Thirdly, the aim of a movement is what we want to achieve. It is why it exists, the issue that is causing it to exist. Whereas the aim of a party is has given us freedom wherever political party,
Sorry, guys, we seem to be losing your
then we also
audio.
said, movement, we need to go out and mobilize and educate. We've learned that as a movement, we need to go out and educate. We need to go out and mobilize. And that the difference between a political party and a movement is that when the movement has achieved its function, it repurposes to the next issue. It evolves. That was question one. Question two, we said the function of the the movement that we are establishing is to develop leadership, because without that leadership, we will not be able to meet our objectives and we will not be able to sustain meeting objectives in general. We said, for example, integrity is trained. So the values that we're going to discuss, the functions that we have to perform, leadership has to be built to establish a culture of meeting those values and meeting those functions. Then we said function two. So function one is we develop leadership. Function two is organizing and mobilizing in our respective communities. And then when we are doing that, we must be aware that people are fed up and that people have been lied to by the media. So how we approach people must be sensitive to the fact that people are fed up, and we must have an approach that conscientizes and helps us to unlearn the lies that have been fed by the media. Function three, we say our movement must be solution-orientated. It speaks to the number one of what is a movement, what is a party. We must be focused on finding solutions. Our function, finding solution, that is number one, it's the foundation of our functions. Then, number three, what are our values? We said transparency and integrity to avoid corruption and false promises. And then we said we must have a system of accountability, a value that stems from that transparency and integrity, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Siyabonga Emondi. Thank you for your contribution. Just a reminder, ukuthi singakhuluma singathetha. I don't know if Urdu and Tamil are official languages of the country. Oh, if you are part of the 44 as well, as per Charlize Theron's, you're welcome. Goeiemiddag. So anyone is welcome and free to speak in whatever language they please. We're more than happy to try and meet each other halfway. I think one of the things that was mentioned by the East London group is that movements involve all of the people, and sometimes the structures of political parties are the things that impede the work of that political party. All right, so we're going to start now getting feedback in the room. We're not going to get feedback for all of the questions from each of the groups, right? We're going to take two groups who are going to respond to question one. We're going to take two groups who are going to respond to question two, and two groups that are going to respond to question three. As we respond to question one, on Slido, we're going to put up the question that was on question one. So just in case you don't get an opportunity to respond to that specific question, please go on Slido and start filling in responses related to question one, okay? So we have Esther and we have Unonkulego with roving mics. Please raise your hand. Okay, so we already have two hands. Sure, thank you. Yeah, I was able to see it. So we have one hand here, we have one hand there, 1, 2, just for question one, okay? You're responding only to question one. Don't worry, we'll come back to you guys for the next round of questions, okay? So just responding to question one, speak in whichever language you please. You're responding to question 1 based on what discussions were happening in your group. Sure. Please stand so that we can see.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. We are dealing with the difference between a political party and the movement. And the group said that a political party is an organization of certain people who report to a leader where decisions are centralized, while a political movement focuses on what the group can do for all of us, where equality is the key in terms of a movement. So basically, with a political party, everything becomes centralized. The leader will dictate or will give the last word, while the movement, the people are put first, and the idea of equality is key. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other existing political parties talk about the principle of democratic centralism, that you can be fired or dismissed from your job if you don't agree with what leadership says. Okay?
Afternoon, everyone. How are you? I would love to greet everyone. My name is Prince, and according to the question which we have discussed now, what makes a movement different to a political party? I would love to start with saying there is no law providing for the registration of a movement. First, that's the first difference. According to Section 60, one of the Constitution states, no association other than a political party registered under or pursuant to any act of the National Assembly shall sponsor candidates in public elections. So it brings us to this question. It is therefore strange that some people are claiming to be deserting political parties and joining movements and vice versa. So the thing is this, what we have come up in the group is that a movement is positional. There has to be an issue which is contested, like there needs to be an issue, there needs to be a challenge which we are fighting as a movement. Then as a political party is limited, meaning now there are certain individuals who will represent that political party, and that party is mostly based on what the party needs, not what the whole country needs. So it's based, the constitution of the party is based on the party, not of the whole country. But the movement can be fighting for everyone in the country, a movement of a certain change. And then another thing of a movement is that it should not be an opposition, but it should be a proposition. And another thing is that in a party, the policies which are discussed in a party, they are not the policies which, yes, they're going to affect and impact everyone in the country, but mostly they are of the party, strictly of the party. And then of the movement, they need to impact and change everyone. That's what we came up with. But mostly important is that in a movement and in a party, the most different thing is that when you want for accountability, because in everything, there needs to be accountability. So in a political party, it's difficult to get someone to account because now there's an individual who are being made a scapegoat or anyone who's the leader there. So when you want a party, how do you make the whole party to be accountable instead of an individual who's leading the party? Then in a movement, also in a corner, we need to be careful of who are we choosing to move that movement so that we move our country to the direction right.
Thank you very much. We need to be careful of who we are moving to move that movement, okay? So we're going to get responses to question 2. Let's open up Slido for the second question. On the groups, I see you guys have started also commenting as well. A political party is a structured board. It requires affiliation to be a part of. Whilst political movement, everyone has a say. There's been a sense that movements create better access to form different forms of power inside the political space. The idea of equality, the idea of being able to better be able to hold people accountable. Any hands for question 2? In question 2, we're asking what is the purpose? We have one hand here. We have Petani there. Oh, there was already there. Okay, so we've already got 2 hands. We might come back. Don't worry, we're going to come back. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak.
Hi everyone, my name is Buhle. So the question was, what should the purpose of a political movement be? So us as a group, we've gathered and wrote down some points. And then the first point was to help mobilize resources. And then the next point was to solve education equality, because they say we have free education, but nobody knows what free education is. So that's why we want to make sure that everybody can be able to have education equality and to solve education equality. The next one is for service deliveries in our community, because that's one of the purposes. And then we also have social issues. And then we also believe that we need a strong and resilient community. And also to serve our people should be one of the purposes. And then to bring change to what we are suffering from, because there's a lot that we are suffering from, but there's no change. So we believe our purpose is to bring change. And then the next one is for a sustainable environment and infrastructure, and to create a new kind of politics centered around community and compassionate movement instead of rigid. And then we also to bridge a gap of inequality, and we also wanted to, one of our purposes was to also stand in the gap for gender-based violence, as we believe that not just women, as most of the time it's focused on women and children, but there are men that actually suffer from gender-based violence. So we also want to be able to protect the men, so that, from gender-based violence as well. And also unity. We believe that we should be united. One of our purposes is for us to all be united, and removing obstacles that hinders us as people who are disadvantaged, because most of us are disadvantaged and we have a lot of obstacles that hinder us. So we would like to remove those obstacles that hinder us. And for example, like how one of the members in our group said that as they stay in Rustenburg, even if they find like platinum in the yard, it's not theirs. They can be arrested for illegal mining, but it's in their property. So stuff like that is one of the obstacles that are hindering us from actually moving forward. Thank you.
Very much. So removing obstacles, I wonder what the obstacles would likely be in that instance.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Makashule Ghana. We see a movement contesting elections as a means for social upliftment in communities. So elections are not an end, but they are an important means for us to change our communities. Win or lose, the movement must continue in communities. So you don't say you stop the work that you do because you have lost in an election, and it must work to empower communities to solve the issues that they face. So there are certain issues that we don't have to wait for government officials to fix them for us. We can fix them. And that's what the movement should be. It needs to be inclusive and accessible. It must be inclusive and accessible. So it must not be for the elite or certain people. It must be rooted in communities, and as I said, and it must be able to give hope. Hope, especially to young people, so that they can change their communities. But importantly, on the elections front, it must use it as a means So it must contest elections and change those that are misleading our communities, but use that as a means rather than the end. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your feedback and input into question 2. We're going to move on to question 3, and I do note those hands if you'd like to. We're going to come back to you if you're still stuck on question 2. But question 3 here and question 3 there. Those are the 2 hands for now. Don't worry. We're here till 6 p.m., guys. So there's hands at the back, at the front rather. 1, 2. My mics, please. Those 2. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So we're responding to question 3. What are the values that should underpin the work of that political movement towards 2024? The Slido question is now up. Please make sure to also input into Slido.
Molweni, linjani, nam ndiyaphila, ngunsika kama wenu luthethayo. And to answer the third question, as a group, we had all collaborated on these answers, and the main value is to raise intentional change, actors of change rather, to raise influential actors of change who are going to dominate the spaces by all means necessary through disrupting the status quo. That is point number 1. Then the second one is to collaborate, understanding that we all come from different walks of life. We have all experienced life differently. So in order to achieve the common goal of accomplishing South Africa 2.0, we are going to have to collaborate within our different spaces. And then being able to be stable within our flexibility. Understanding that we are living in a post-COVID-19 era, anything can change at any moment. So we need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, which means that we are able to be stable with and be flexible all at the same time. And that's that for our group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Siabulela. So we're going to go to the last group for question 3. And then we're going to try and do our hot, just do some comments from other groups that haven't had an opportunity to be represented. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, my name is Naleen, and our group had a few as well. The first one is humanity and compassion. What we felt is that currently in South Africa today, politicians don't have compassion and caring for the man on the street. And that is super important for someone to be a leader. And we find that leaders don't have that anymore. Secondly, we all know this, integrity. They tell us one thing, but do a different thing. So what you say, mean it and do it. Thirdly, people-centric, meaning include everyone. We're talking about different languages today. You can speak whatever language you want to speak, but at the end of the day, let's all be inclusive of everyone and learn from each other's cultures and the way we live, the way we behave, values. That's important for us. And lastly, respect. Respect the man on the street, respect the guy sweeping the yard, respect everyone that you come across. As a leader, if you don't have respect for everyone, no one's going to respect you. And as you can see, we are not respecting our leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we give ourselves, all of us, another round of applause? So, I'm being very strict now because we're late in our program, but at the same time, we'd like to offer up an opportunity to other group members or groups that haven't been heard. So it's 30 seconds. Tell us what question you're responding to and respond very quickly to that question. If you're ready, yeah, we've got hands. Just give them the mic. 30 seconds. Just say what question you're responding to and do it very quickly, please. 30 seconds.
Okay, Sanbonani, I would like to thank the opportunity to actually speak. So me
Guys, can we listen, please?
So me and my team, or my group, the best one ever.
In 30 seconds, yes.
Sorry, we answering the third question, the three principles, right? Now, the first one is to liberate our people, right? We need to educate everyone as a movement. For example, agriculture, it's a life skill. We need to teach our people, empower, give them opportunities for them to have self-reliance to gain and also to gain independency. The third one is coordinate and facilitate that in community activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very fast. 30 seconds there. Yes, yes.
Akwande, ibizo lami nginguthando Mahlangu, ngiyindebele activist. Lapha egroupini yethu sizwene ngokuthi i-movement yethu kufanele i-decolonize i-education system into African languages. And kufanele sifundise abantu bekhethu ngokubaluleka kwe-language nesiko pilo, language and culture in South Africa, because now if we can build the economy around our languages, bengeke sibe khona ebujameni esikibo nje eSouth Africa, because now everything is built around English. That's why even now sikhuluma ngesingisi ukuthi thina sikwazi ukuzwana, mainly because our languages doesn't have the economy that should be having. Ngibethelana izandla.
Yebo. Thank you very much. Pagama. No, just in one group, you're only having one person. Sorry, man. Yes, sir.
Sanbonani, Kamalamu Langalbalele Matutu, but you can call me Langa. I'm responding to question 2, the purpose of a movement. The purpose of a movement is to continuously conscientize the people about the power that they have. To continuously remind them what it is that they're... Bua!
Bua! Teta! Kuluma.
It's not my mother, To continuously to remind them that even if they can sit in those offices, those fancy offices on their mahogany tables, the boss is you. You are in charge.
Yes.
As the Bill of Rights says, the people shall govern. They can sit in that fancy office where not in your kukunyana there. You are the boss when in kuku, not them. Yeah. They can argue in parliament, but the real boss is when us here, as we are sitting here, to continuously remind us of that. Thank you very much.
Bosoki man, guys. How we mean? Okay, sure. Get cut. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Thank you. Our group discussed all the questions, but we want to emphasize on this last one, in saying, in being broad-based, inclusive, and having integrity, our movement must be deliberate in being inclusive. So it means it must identify all sections of the society and make sure that each and every section of that society is included and its values as it moves forward shapes the ultimate values of the movement.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's our movement, eh?
Yes, Sanbonan. Ninjan, ngekama ngosibusiso mina, and mina ne group yam besi zo answer question number 2. Functions we political movement. We have said that they make the political parties take accountability of their duties. For instance, in load shedding. If there's a load shedding, we can form probably a movement, Ogutisi Kumbuze, a government, that a political party that we need electricity. That's it.
Thank you so much. Gitela Senzeganje. The groups will still be the same after lunch. You'll still get an opportunity to speak, right? Please, how many groups? Let me count the ones that haven't spoken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group okay. 5. Okay, so next, after lunch. So Buyela lang quarter to 2. 45 minutes lunch, I apologize. Energy but go grab something to eat, have a comfort break. So Tessa's going to explain how lunch is going to work.
I'm not going to explain how lunch is going to work. What I am going to explain is what's happening after lunch. I am going to ask you guys to go back to your groups when we come back into the room. So we're going to have some provocations as well. But we're going to do some more work this afternoon. So please get back to your groups and continue the work. So the groups that have not been heard, you'll speak this afternoon for sure.
So we come back at 1:45. 45-minute lunch, please.
He used to meet me on the east side, east side. She used to meet me on the east side, the city where the sun never sets. Swear to God when I come home, I'm gonna hold you so close.
endaweni kudlala usitoki bathi kudlala kamnandi awushapana I didn't stuff ngamazana ngifuna ukuhamba naye ngifuna amanamba nalabantwana bahle bayakhala barikidripatata matumane star awdi khatalas
nje bizu babami azonlanda angangishayi angidakiwe dakiwe mandidakiwe didakiwe andidakiwe didakiwe andidakiwe didakiwe bizu mamami azongona mandinje bizu babami azonlanda angangishayi angidakiwe didakiwe mandidakiwe didakiwe andidakiwe didakiwe endidakiwe wawawe mamami babami kokwami andidakiwe didakiwe mamami wawawe babami kokwami andidakiwe didakiwe wawawe
Isho usumu umsholozi ngamalanga into njengamanje ngabe sinazo udokotela
wawawe
okwamanje ulalela isidokotela 92 expo pastor 92 umfana shisa
kangipuja funa kufuna kunyenza notshana kangipuja funa ufuna 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 kunyenza
Mfana wa Chuba, I go for the name of Murambura in the Diapunyuga and now you're listening to the one and only Pastor 9 to 9, Mfana wa Chuba. See.
Hey,
this is your Queen Leshka, and we are the Stanza Corner, strictly 9 to 9, 100% production mix.
Wow,
Mixed by Pastor 9 to 9. Hey, Tati boy, Tati boy, Tati.
Mamami, babami, kokwami, andidakiwe, didakiwe. Mamami, wawawe, babami, kokwami, andidakiwe, didakiwe. Wawawe. 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 Wawawe.
bafuna ukulalela stop I will stop lalela ma bafuna ukulalela, bafuna ukulalela. Stop. Dala sibakhuza, dala basibuza, rothela thuba. Oh, oh, ne-stop spam. Oh, ne-stop spam. Dallas babuza, Dallas bakuza, rotela tuba, let's talk spam. Let's talk spam. Wesize mamelani, uthila bafana bezengani, bafuna ukujikilisa. Uzofiwa kulesikhathi, sizondlalela ingoma emnandi, nina nje nibolalela, nibodansela ingoma esize ngayo. Bese ngayo, 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 bese ngayo. Umjavu mnandi, ay kugcwele. Lalela, lalela, stop spam. Lalela, lalela, lalela. Ay, umjavu mnandi, nay kugcwele. Bafuna ukulalela, bafuna ukulalela, stop spam. Ay, stop spam. Ay, lalela ma, lalela ma, lalela ma, stop spam. Bafuna ukulalela, bafuna ukulalela, bafuna ukulalela, stop. Bese ngayo, 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 bese ngayo. Wesize mamelani, uthila bafana bezengani, bafuna ukujikilisa. Ngalomlile bezengawo, uzofiwa kulesikhathi, sizondlalela ingoma emnandi, nina nje nibolalela, nibodansela ingoma esize ngayo. Bese ngayo, 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 bese
listening to the one and only Pastor 929, Mfana Wachu. See.
Hey, this is your Queen Leshna, and yes, that's a corner. Freely 99, 100% production mix. Mixed by Pastor 929. Hey, Matati boy, Matati. Matati boy, Matati.
Ekasuka do. Whatever feel. This is your boy, Risman Lisa. Abangazi bambuza mo Mr. Ha. Bega man, tune into Freaky 929. Mixed by Pastor 929. The king himself. Down. umsholozi uxamalala into njengamanje ngabe senyazi ukuthi okwamanje ulalele isikhizi 929 mixed by Pastor 929 ufane tu shisa
Mfana Wachuba, I go for the name of
Please begin to make your way back into the auditorium for the second half of the day. South African risers, please begin to make your way into the auditorium in order to continue the program of the day.
Ntwana skipanda.
Ntwana kubhizi senza busy boy yo beja steady
Beja ba. Beja. Yeah, mina ngiyabesha. Yeah, ngiyabesha. Yeah, mina ngiyabesha.
watch me peeking up trash, my boys, I will pick them up. I ain't defeated. 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 Still there? I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. Yeah. I ain't defeated. I'm rising up. Watch me peeking up. Trash my boys, I will peak them up. Don't make it even. I watched him leaving my mama, and now he's dealing with karma that makes it even. Yeah? The sad generation needs some garden affirmations, and the old generation needs some mental liberation. Enough for prophesizing. History was repeating. This life is full of patterns, so which codes are you cracking? What's happening? I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. I'm rising up. Watch me peeking up. Trash my boys, I will peak them up. Don't make it even. I watched him leaving my mama, and now he's dealing with karma that makes it even. The sad generation needs some garden affirmations, and the old generation needs some mental liberation. Enough for prophesying. History's repeating. This life is full of patterns, so which codes are you cracking? What's happening? Was just another teenager on weed. Buckle up and say your prayers, cause I'm on my God's beat. In this joyride, I'm finna make the void hide. I'm empty as my bedside until I get my own bride. I'm 19 but I'm wrecking miracles like the old wise. Like where's your food for thought? Some people hungry for your advice. I got empty expectations and the mind is full of surprise. I never listen cause the F is silent when they talk live. I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. I ain't defeated. I'm rising up. Watch me peeking up. Trash my boys, I will peak them up. Don't make it even. I watched them leaving my mama, and now he's dealing with karma that makes it even. The sad generation needs some garden affirmations, and the old generation needs some mental liberation. Enough for prophesying. History's repeating. This life is full of patterns, so which codes are you cracking? What's happening? Hey, Jerry. Jawulo. Dumela. Everyone, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Mokhale, and I'm about to perform a song of mine.
Shaking because he was craving something. He seemed so distorted. He said something about hands. He said,
hey yo, let me catch your index finger. All you do is proving points. Every line gon' tell a story. You can read it in my palms, and my mind is very sharp. Ain't no need to raise the thumb. I tend the other cheek. They slapped me twice. My index on the gun. Got their fingers crossed. I had to give them life without the fun. Tell the nun to keep it calm. My testimony's just begun. I should raise my hands more often when I'm praying to my God. You see me channeling my fist. Let him know I'm going hard as I hold them in the skies. You know the black lives put dark skin power circles. Call it history rerun. Start from scratch like lighting matches with my fingertips on blunts. Never answer when they ask you what you want. Most of them just pulling stunts. I won't sell my gifts for none. Name is Neo in the Matrix. They be calling me the one. I didn't take a pill. I'm receiving all these answers from the sun. Clap your hands, this verse is done. Get me confused. Your eyes been all in my view. Start double tapping and commenting, cause you like what I do. Wish you knew these dreams do come true. Fit too. As I'm asking God for strength against temptation, I know the human mind is bound to be a repetition. Subconsciously you vibe with me, don't tell me about psychology. You look me in my eyes, I see you out here analyzing me. My body language say you should probably keep away from me, nigga. Yeah. Yo, last piece that I like to perform mostly. Yeah. I will always perform this piece, most definitely. Listen to the kids when they saying they seeing things. All the pressure they be holding up is heavy for their brains. I'm saying, listen to the kids when they saying they seeing things. All the pressure they be holding up is heavy for their brains. So they thought to join the gangs to make sure that they shouldn't banks because the minds are getting old enough for them to fall for pranks. Been hungry ever since, and your food for thought won't keep my belly quiet from the growl and put your peaceful protest on the side. I'm eating up from violence. So let me break the silence. So Soweto will not rise again because it studies science. The chemistry of mixing drugs and sniffing them with thugs, injecting veins to contemplate the plug. They catching up in public. Okay, enough. Thank you so much.
Mike ngathi Thuli. Sanibonani. Ni right. Ngathi asisuthanga bafethu abasiphinde. Cela nisiphinde. Ni right bafethu. Ikama ngumuzi ngokwahlela ngibuye ezola bafethu. Yena manje nangoku nazwino nanini zakuvanganya zakukhungulutekiwa zakumntu wangoku. Isona lezi. Namhlanje sonibetha ngekwaito ke bafethu. Yazi sizeleni la ekhaya. Sizela umsebenzi. Njoba nila nonke nizela umsebenzi. Siphilela umsebenzi sabantu abamnyama bafethu kusetshenzwa ngathi emhlabeni. So namhlanje sonika ingoma ethi size ngomsebenzi. Ikwaito bafethu. Hey DJ, awenza into odume ngayo. Awenza into odume ngayo. By the way bafethu, nempahla siyazenza siyazithungela bafethu njoba nibona bafethu yabo. Sicela ni support under construction. Asiye baba. Yasiza isigubhu. DJ lahleli sound. Ezasezona ke lezo wena. Bekala.
Fundula bophephesh uphunyuka bemphethe call me Mr. Gadget yekila mili can't guess laselistina phezwe beats uvuka ucindezela ikasket fast ukudlula rockets irockets zama ukustopela ichizi libula lisi-red text ihlala sami never nispe zosimela kanjani nina nisapepereza inonsense siyasibhana la under construction asizela ngukuzodlala la walala wasala wavuka ulimela ungahuzuka ngindaba uhamba utshela abantu ukuthi ukhanda uvala yewena awusize ngokuzosibhana awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngokuzosibhana abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop sakameja abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop sakameja wena yeah sure Jena semkoseka kanakana mina pets ama rifle Phela thina size wena Asifuni imali wonke umuntu olana ngithakala lepha yini bonus donsakala wena Major King usimele kazi ufuna ukubala ucash changu siyayifuna ting zibizi zimile makhole sexelise mina kayi 1 grand babeka bafuni nokuspana yewena sho abontanga yakho bayaspana wena ubhiza uncela amafinyila abontanga yakho bayaspana wena ubhiza uncela amafinyila asiyensonke awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngokuzosipana awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngokuzosipana abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop sakameja abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop sakameja
abanamadlebe ngoba thina sesiphakathi kule industry ngiphethe ublaka vision no vision uqolisa no bling bling kore uru kule beat Major King kwanamaphepha lapho ngoba dala basimele senze izinto kaso ineriki nensimbi negubhu mlato uzokutshela umasifi uyiphastaso ya vele sekusethenziwe sana bling bling indayami seyisebenzini ya akukawukawu bona sika awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngokuzosipana awusize
sobavusa ngale scoop salame jabalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop salame
Nikona are you there are you there are you there ha beka
awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngomsosipanya awusize ngomsebenzi awusize ngomsosipanya abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop salame abalele sobavusa ngale scoop abalele sobavusa ngale scoop salame
Yabonga bafethu sithanda kakhulu Rivonia Circle you rock IKO you rock everybody is rocking like our faith siyancanywa siyajabulela siyanthanda naman
Size ngomsebenzi Akithi size ngomsebenzi Akithi size ngomsebenzi mkhulu umsebenzi eniwenzayo bantu baseMzansi Afrika. Hey, you know, if I knew that all we needed to do was have lunch and feed people for the energy to return in the room, we would have broken for lunch a long time ago. If I knew this is what lunch would do. But someone was saying to me outside, we need fuel to mobilize, Pela. So I'm hoping that you all enjoyed lunch. Who feels they are refueled to mobilize? Who feels baze ngomsebenzi ngoku? Ni ready for umsebenzi? Size ngomsebenzi. Under construction siyabonga. The gentleman who also came up just before under construction with a hot track, that's it. Wonderful, wonderful work. Siyabonga, guys. Thank you for providing the energy that is needed for the work that we are here to do. Lo msebenzi esiwenzayo udinga the fire that you have. I don't know if we are able to reconnect the satellites. Are they aware that we are starting? Can I just get confirmation from front of house, please, that the satellites are aware that we're starting? Colleagues, we've had to rejig the program here to Gangane today to accommodate some of the changes, scheduling changes that have taken place as well. But kuningi esazokwenza in this second half of the day. I'm going to introduce two videos for you that are going to play. Ngizocela ukuthi ni-engage nawo lama video. If you can go back onto Slido, if there are points that come out of these videos that you would like to highlight, please use the opportunity on Slido to do so, because that is at least where we are able to record your sentiments so that the Rivonia Circle team is able to take your comments forward. The two videos that I'm going to play for you now, one is from our Reverend Frank Chikane, and the other one is from Mark Hayward. After that, we were meant to have a plenary session with a dear friend of Rivonia Circle, Usbongile Shabalala, who unfortunately couldn't be with us due to an illness in the family. So, sizomgcina in our thoughts and prayers. Gubo as with Tembugutu Uma Abe right, as we combine our energies in the room towards her. And then Mitchell is going to come and join us after the two videos that play. So Mitchell, looking forward to hearing from you, who will be talking about working towards a People's Manifesto for 2024. So the videos are loaded, and we use Slido to engage with the content that we're seeing on the videos. We'd very much like to read some of the comments that are going to come from your sentiments around the videos after this. Ngiyabonga.
Good morning, comrades. This is Mark Hayward speaking to you from Cape Town. I'm very, very sorry that I can't be with you at this very, very important workshop taking place this morning. I also apologize for the quality of my video and this camera. There's nothing I can do about it, and I hope that you will forgive me. I'm sad not to be with you, because the last workshop was inspirational. But what I want to say to you today is that things are desperate in our country. Children are literally starving to death in the Eastern Cape. Millions of people are hungry. People are homeless, even though there are many empty houses and empty spaces. Millions of young people are unemployed and face a lifetime of unemployment unless we are able to bring change. People have no money, and yet billions of rands are stolen every year. Billions and billions of rands. What we have to understand is that the situation that exists in South Africa today does not need to be like this. And what we also have to understand is that we are the people who have to be prepared to change it.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to speak on the theme, working towards a People's Manifesto, and I've added for a better South Africa. I speak here as part of the leadership of the Defend Our Democracy campaign. I thought it's important to clarify this so that one wears many hats, and therefore it's important to clarify from which perspective one is speaking. As you would know, in the last 10 to 15 years, we have been following a trajectory that is very negative for South Africa. In fact, we tend for the West. We started very well in this country with Mandela and other leaders who worked very hard to transform this country and make it what it is supposed to be. But unfortunately, in the last 10 to 15 years, there were individuals who were more interested in enriching themselves at the expense of the people and capturing state institutions to use them for their own benefit or benefit of their friends, business colleagues, and family. What is worse is that corrupt business people and criminal syndicates and gangs began to collaborate with the political leadership to turn South Africa into what others call a gangster state. What's happening in KwaZulu-Natal, for instance, and parts of Mpumalanga testifies to that there are criminal gangs who are trying to take over the economy, and if you resist, they kill. And the number of councillors we have lost in KwaZulu-Natal is just troubling. But we launched the Defend Our Democracy campaign to defend our democracy and our constitution, as well as stop South Africa sliding into a state of lawlessness and instability. And I'm pleased we did, because we have been able to reverse some of the tendencies this country was following. I mean, the defiance of the constitution, the courts, the commissions. We couldn't have a country where people live above the law. And at the Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, which was held last year, some of us called for a united front of all South Africans to resist this negative development together and ensure that South Africa never and ever again gets governed by corrupt and criminal elements. We made it very clear in that conference that we fought for this democracy, we fought for the rights of the people, and we wanted to make sure that we do not lose what we have gained. And the language, of course, United Front, is understood differently. Those who come from the United Democratic Front of the old days know what it means, bringing all sectors of society, political entities, professional organizations, community groups, to work together irrespective of differences they may have. What South Africa requires now is a united action by all South Africans. Nobody must ever spend time complaining about how bad things are, where we are going, and do nothing. I think it is time now that all South Africans take a stand in a united way and stop this development in this country that is very negative. In my view, no single party or organization or institution can turn this tide alone. I think the rot is too deep. The corruption has gone beyond any single party. It has gone to community levels, local governments, provincial and national. And there's no single party that will deal with this issue. That's why I am convinced that we need South Africans to act together. Only a collective action will produce results, and quick results for that matter. We need a big bang approach to stop this trend. This is where the concept of a people's manifesto came in. We made the case that we needed a people's manifesto because this is not about party manifesto. It's about the rest of the people of South Africa. We mobilize the people of South Africa. For that reason, we need a manifesto of the people of South Africa. And we made a case that said that this should be a manifesto that makes it very clear what the nature of the challenge is we are facing. That is the reality, the type of South Africa or the society we want, the types of politics, the policies, etc., including aspirations of the people of South Africa. Clearly stated objectives when unnecessary, taking into consideration the realities on the ground. And so we need objectives that are clearly stated as to what we want. Then we need to have strategies to be employed to achieve this type of society. You can't have a manifesto that doesn't indicate what strategies we need. Then we need also the resources required. This country is resourceful, and the resources of the country have been diverted to serve other interests. I mean, we had one of the best airlines, SAA, and then it got looted until it collapsed. Eskom is the same. The type of corruption that's happening in Mpumalanga around where the power, most of the power stations and coal are, is an indicator of that. We need to save the resources of this country and use them to change the quality of lives of the people. We need also to raise such resources and deploy them in a more strategic way. And lastly, we need to be able to assess performance of the country in terms of whether or not we are achieving our objectives or we are not achieving our objectives, and have a monitoring system that will make sure that if somebody doesn't perform, we should be able to say as a country, no, sir, no, madam, get out of the office because you are not delivering the goods. I mean, in business, if you don't perform, you lose the job. And so in politics, it should be the same as well. In its Latin root, the word manifesto is related to the word manifest. Something manifest must be easy to perceive and recognize. And so if we develop a manifesto, we need to be able to easily understand it. Ordinary people should be able to easily understand it. In the People's Manifesto, the intentions of South Africans must be clear and must be expressed by themselves in the language they understand best. If I had my way, I would start from where we started in 1993, 1994, and I was there. We decided we should go to the people. Instead of tell them what's good for them, listen to them, engage them, and then develop a manifesto based on that engagement. This will make the manifesto, that is the People's Manifesto, a real people's manifesto. And I'm hoping that the people of South Africa will engage in this conversation to be able to achieve that objective. I thank you.
Rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, leaders, rise! Sisaphelele musne. Hawu siyabonga sishayeleni izandla. I'm not going to take much of your time, my leaders. I'll be taking you through this last part of the program with my beautiful sister Ozinhle. Ngicela nimshayeleni izandla man. Nimqhobeleni izandla. Are we ready for our manifesto? Are we ready to create our manifesto, leaders? How? I'm speaking to the future ministers. Are they here? I'm speaking to the future presidents. Are they here? Abo mayor, bapi. How bakaya ju refelezi? And then are you voting for the person next to you? Yeah? Is the people you are voting for? Okay. Who kimango batlang go votelo? Leaders, come on. Guys, note their hands. They want to be voted for by you. Please raise your hands again. And the room, we must look at our future presidents. Let's give them a round of applause. Woo! Thank you. No, we are getting somewhere. Comrades, today has been a very emotional day to some of us, but we thank you that we are here. We are ready to build the South Africa we want. We are ready to live in the South Africa we've always have imagined. A beautiful South Africa. Izolo besiku DP emakhalis bathi bafuna iSouth Africa barikingi babatla go ja joy. Wanto babatla phila nice life in their South Africa 2.0. Soft life ngwana mme. So now we are moving forward, comrades, and I'm happy that we are all moving towards the soft life. But to help us get there, she's going to be giving us the strategic inputs. From here, where are we heading? I need to say some 17. Under construction reminded you that so let's continue to work. Can I please welcome Usiswetu, Silogela, Wanamme, Kikupa Utlakopili, Kikupa, Remushapele Matsohoman, Remufutumate.
Lente sienza yo, lente sienza yo, lente sienza yo. Situ lente sienza yo, lente sienza yo, lente sienza yo. Au lente sienza yo, lente sienza yo, galente sienza yo, uvalo galente sienza yo. Rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, South Africa, rise! Sanbonan, Dumelang. Sure. My name is Silukela Mulamudi. I am a creative and conversationalist. If I get into what I do, I'm the whole day, so let's not do that. At the essence of it, I'm a young person who is not just concerned about the future of this country, but about the present of this country. Because I would like to believe that those that fought had me in mind, and that's why they started somewhere. And the reason why we are here today, as put together by Rivonia Circle, is to carve a new path, because the one that has been carved has been destructive. It has been toxic. See, I cancel. We are starting a new one. So let's get right into what should be in our minds as we move forward in creating the People's Manifesto. One thing about us as South African, we do not look like our problems, child. Look at the people in this room, okay? We don't look like we've got a big percentage of youth unemployment. We don't look like we've got a big percentage of youth and other people that are struggling with mental health issues. It's because we understand the importance of showing up as our fullest and truest versions of ourselves as South Africans. We understand that, and we choose that for ourselves. That is why you are here today. So let's get right into the People's Manifesto. What is that about? It's about what you want, the country you want, a nation you will be proud of. And as we create the People's Manifesto, I want us to consider that we have complained so much, we have protested so much, we have marched so much. Clearly, we are talking to people who are not listening. And what do when you talk to people who don't listen to you? You stop talking, because they're not listening. So we are here to create new politics for us, and the People's Manifesto is exactly that. Let's not only think about the South Africa that, we want the future generations to have. Let's think about the South Africa that we want. Let's start focusing on what we can do. What can we do as South Africans, as we are sitting right now? But we have ourselves. We have the relationships we have with each other. We have the conversations we're always having on Twitter with each other. Let's take that and run with it as we create the People's Manifesto. What are our problems as a country? If I were to ask and go around this room, every one of us would be able to list a problem. If I were to do the same thing with solutions, I wouldn't get as many answers. Because once again, as a country, we have focused on what we can't do instead of what we can do. You know what we can do as a country? What we can do is we can wake up and gather at the Galleria from Saturday in the morning right up until now. That is exactly what we can do as a country. You know what we can do? Is we can start having uncomfortable conversations about, I don't want that man to be my leader. I want you sitting next to me to be my leader, because I want to hold you accountable. Let's go. And in closing, I just want to say, we might not live long enough to see our country change into what we want it to be. But trust me, the future generations are going to thank us for starting. Because right now, we are walking because other people crawled. This is South Africa 2.0. Thank you.
Hi, we bail leadership. We bail, ne? Yeah, we ready to do our manifesto, ne? Yo, guys, if this is so exciting, I've never had a movement being established or being initiated and they invite people to do their own manifesto. We will give you this and that. Vote for us. And then we come at these people, and then 5 years down the line, they are nowhere to be found. Let's not do that to ourselves, ne? Let's be accountable to each other, and let's take this country forward. Now, personally, I'm very angry. But I'm not going to share my anger today because I'm surrounded by leaders that are bona, on point. We know what we want and we know where we are heading. And this is not new to us because we have been doing it forever, man, without titles. Ne? So let's just now do it together, unitedly, and pave an ideology that we want for iri leader, iri sekopil. So I'm going to try to ruffle my politics because time is not on my side, and I'm going to invite on stage our next speaker, Michelle. Michelle? Danko, Michelle. Mushapele matsogo ba gaetso.
Hello. Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters, my mothers and fathers. I'm very nervous. So I'm going to ask you, please, everyone get comfortable in your seats. You don't have to face me. You don't have to stand with one arm over the side. If I can ask you to please share 5 breaths with me. We're going to do something called square breathing. We're going to breathe in for 4 counts. We're going to breathe out for 4 counts. And we're going to hold in and we're going to hold out. Is everyone here to do this with me now? Okay, I'll count us out. Everyone breathe out. Now you're going to breathe in. 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4. That's 1. In, 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4, hold. 2, 3, 4. That's 2. 3 more. In, no, we'll do 1 more. In, 2, 3, 4, fill into your belly. Hold, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. I want to begin in my short 10 minutes that I have with you guys to please give thanks to the Rivonia Circle for the opportunity to stand in front of you and to address you. To share this moment with you, and I'd like you to recognize something that we all just did. Think not of this air as this thing that you don't think about all day. And recognize that what we just did together is share a breath as one group of people, standing, facing the future, hoping for something better, and sharing this moment together. And I ask you to contemplate for just a second, what is this moment? If you go 100 kilometers that way, 100 kilometers up, for endless amounts of time and space, for millions and billions of kilometers, there is dead silence. There is coldness, there is death, there is nothing. But yet here, in all of time and history, we sit together in a room, vibrant, loud, living, diverse, and together. There is power in this moment, looking at the future. And the question is, why am I here to give an input? I was asked to give some thoughts on the idea of a people's manifesto. So what I want us to do is think for a second on the word people and the word manifesto. So when we say the people, who are we talking about? Because the people has been deployed badly throughout history. It's also been deployed well throughout history. But when I talk about the people, I can only say I can talk about myself as a person. And I am not just Mitchell Black. I have not become who I am today without the help, encouragement, love, and nutrition that I've gotten from the people around me. I am my mother, I am my father, I am my friends, I am my family, I am my home, I am my university. I am each one of you here and every conversation that I've ever had. But at the same time, I'm physically this thing that carries me. Only exists because from the day I was put onto this earth, I have ingested food. I have drunk water. The same food that each of you has drunk. The same water that each of you and each of your ancestors has drunk. I am much bigger than what appears here in front of you. And when we consider the people, I want to ask 2 questions. Can we consider the people separately from the land? Is that possible? No, we can't. Can we conceive of the people separate from the ancestors who came before them? Would any of us be here today if it were not for the ancestors? Can we conceive of the people without conceiving of those yet to be in front of us? When we make a people's manifesto and we put our wishes down on paper, are those the wishes of the people living today? Or are those the wishes that one day in 10 generations' time, our descendants can look back and be grateful for the ancestors that we will become? Reflect on just that question. The second is the idea of a manifesto. Now, my day-to-day job is I study philosophy. I read a lot. My whole job is to think. And often it is useful for us to consider, where do words come from and what do words mean? So the word manifesto has two origins. The first one comes from Italian, manifesto, and it means a public declaration explaining past actions and announcing the motive for forthcoming ones. The other definition is from Latin, manifestus, meaning plainly apprehensible, clear, apparent, and evident. Like we know that there's a floor beneath us today, it is evident and it is obvious to each one of us. If we truly want to make a manifesto and mean what we are saying, to take seriously and sincerely the meaning of these words we choose to invoke when we say we will make a people's manifesto, let us not be complicated. Let us communicate simply and passionately the dream of the people, with the idea and questioning of what the people is. Call it the ancestors, our descendants, our friends, our families, our community, but overall, our dream, our hope, our imagination of what a good life can be. But the question is, what is a good life? Philosophers have been battling with that question for well over 2,000 years, probably since the first human began to think and ask, why am I here? I have no final answer for this, and if I had to hazard a guess, it would be one filled with abundant love, abundant connection and community, abundant music and art, and abundant healthy and delicious food for anyone who wants it. It would be lived in deep harmony with the world, with the spirit of ancestorhood filling us and directing us to live at a pace that nature is capable of sustaining us and all generations to come after us. It would be slower, it would be fuller, and it would be more intentional. Such a future would ask us to question what we have been taught by a school system that did not come from here. The schooling system is not of Africa. It was invented during the Industrial Revolution because workers fought to have their children educated. But the people who owned those factories didn't want free thinkers. They wanted workers. And yet we still perpetuate this school system today. We need to question the assumptions of what it means to live well, and to live together. Of what the purpose of a government and a society is, and to declare for ourselves in Africa at this time, this powerful moment for fundamental emancipation. The world is in chaos. There has never been a more profound opportunity for us to change and do differently, to shake off the shackles of how, in common words, the white world wants us to live. For me, this dream would not include the idea of jobs, for instance. Jobs are not going to save us. But what we do need is gainful work. Work that is self-directed, creative, and fulfilling. We need an economy that does not tie my brothers and sisters, my mothers and fathers, to a choice between poverty and wage labor. It would take seriously the idea of wealth. And wealth is not about money. Just like I traced the word manifesto, the origin of the word wealth is well-being. Governments, for me, should work to make nutritious food, clean water, clean air, housing, education, and adequate healthcare available in abundance, now and forever. All of those are the conditions upon which we can build meaningful, well-being lives. A government which doesn't do that is no government at all. They have no legitimacy in my mind. But those are my thoughts, and those are the thoughts that my life on this land. Afrikaans people have a saying, and Afrikaans is an African language. It was born here. And the saying goes, groei waar jy geplant is. Grow where you are planted. And these thoughts have come to me only because the Spirit planted me in this land. It planted me here with you. The last thing I'd like to offer is the question now that we've interrogated people and manifesto. How do we source the will of the people? How do we determine what the contents of a people's manifesto may be? For that, I would ask us to engage in collective consciousness raising, to do surveys, to use technology, to get an idea from around the country, from every place where it's possible, to hold manifesto assemblies, to engage in deep participatory democracy. But at the same time, we also have to engage in civic education. We have to make sure that people understand some of the bigger issues that we must vote on in this next election. For example, the climate crisis. It's not at the top of the South African political consciousness. But as the UN is saying, or the United Nations is saying as loud as they can to anyone who will listen, we are expecting global food shortages next year because of the global climate crisis. We cannot wait for the supermarkets to run out of food to think, what are we going to do about the food system? We cannot wait for the Vaal to run out of water for Gauteng to think, what are we going to do about water? These are issues we have to think about, and we have to conscientize ourselves about, because this next election will determine whether in 10 or 15 years we have water in Gauteng. That's the reality. To close, I want to say, once people know these things, once the act of civic education has been done, where those civic educators will learn as much educating as the people being educated will. Education is always a two-way process. Once people know, the spirit of this land will guide them to act. And they will tell us the best way to act in their communities, in their localities, in their families, in their churches. The young people across this country are already on this wavelength. Get on this wavelength with us. Join the young people. We are one land, one people, and we must take radical accountability for our collective future. More than anything, we must remember we must do and not only talk. South Africa, we rise. Together, we rise. Thank you for your time.
Leaders, now what we are going to request of you, can we go back to the groups we had earlier? I'm seeing some lost people here. This does not look like a circle. We are here. Okay, so let's gather in our groups, colleagues, and just for 10 to 15 minutes, and let's discuss what does a People's Manifesto look like, right? And let's open our spirits and our hearts, comrade, and use this moment to also play with our creativity as well. Let's not think a lot about stress or stress. Let's just try to be creative and use our South Africa 2.0 imagination, but use this moment to have our discussion and discuss what would our manifesto look like. What would a People's Manifesto look like? And then we'll come back to the room and call the next speakers. Can we do that? Are we happy to do that? Are we happy to do that, colleagues? Siyabonga. The key thing is that what is the People's Manifesto? What does it look like? So let's discuss it. 10, 15 minutes, we'll be back.
We will just take like hands in the room.
Yeah.
Just take like 5 hands in the room.
Yeah.
And then we'll come up and just talk about organizing, and then they go back into discussion about what organizing.
Okay, sure.
This is the what organizing is what?
Yeah. Okay. So these are those panels study, those two-hander panels. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we need to run as quick as we can. Actually, no. No, it's fine. We're trying. We are giving
When I
logo
look
and
at
logo.
when I look to the session.
Yeah.
And then when we are done with this, then I'll introduce the session.
Sure.
Yeah. So
All yours up until that point. I'll take this for now.
have
Ooh, they're right. They're right.
All right, Sanbona, I'm sorry to disturb. I know you've already started working. My name is Nomkululeko Hlongwane Mhlongo. I'll also be assisting for the rest of the session. So there is a question that came up about what does a manifesto look like, right? And I think it's important for us to collectively answer this one. We're all here today because we do not want to copy what already exists, right? So forget what a manifesto looks like. What do you want the manifesto to look like? So even if it's a new design, a new template, a new banbani, it's absolutely okay because this here is the platform for us to create a narrative that speaks to us and what we want. Straight after that, we will then speak about how then do we start mobilizing people in our communities in order for us to mobilize people's power to rise, all right? That's what this is going to lead to. All clear? So forget the current existing templates. You create the people's manifesto based on what it is that you want. Yes, ma'am. You have 10 minutes left because I just chowed 5. So you have 10 minutes left. I'm kidding. We'll continue, Mosinje. Awa. Thanks.
Spoken about because if you can check what we are saying about what we are going to write here, we don't be different. We are having high rate of unemployment, different employment. We are having high rate of corruption. We are having issue of service delivered. We are having the issue of escort. I would say SOPs. We are having system of free education. So don't be different. Because we have been achieving all these things. We are having the issue of land. You see, issue of economy. So to be honest, we feel like to ourselves to say no. Let us change this thing and we haven't achieved those things. Here we must say, how do we achieve those things? Not start a new manifesto. Because those are still the challenges. The manifesto must guide. One direction. If we don't have a manifesto, we might be ourselves 10 years down the line.
You have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
But during the apartheid, those entities they privatized like these people, they took care of whites who were enslaved over the country. But when they became child of history, they privatized these entities deliberately not to take care of these who are established. Currently, we are economic
You have 2 minutes left. That's 2 minutes left. You have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. All right, thank you very much. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So who here knows what people's power looks like? Guys, can I have your attention, please? Siyabonga. Who in this room says they know what people's power looks like? 1, 2, 3, 5 hands only. Who knows what people's power looks like? The rest of us don't know. All right, so let me show you what people's power looks like. Please stand up. Everybody stand up. Please find space. Please find space. There's space here. Find space so that you're not going to bump into the person next to you. I want to show you what people's power looks like. No, please, no elbowing. 16 days. Iyuthile na iyuthile abayaziyo abazange ba. Awiyuthile na iyuthile abayaziyo abazange ba. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Awiyuthile na iyuthile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Awiyuthile na iyuthile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Hayibo. Abazange bayibon. Hawi arsile na hi arsile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Hawi arsile na hi arsile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Anganika, you know this goes with the dance, right? Hi arsile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Hawi arsile na hi arsile abayaziyo abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Awi rise. He risile. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. Abazange bayibon. And that is people's power. All right? We're about to get into a very creative space. Because in your manifestos, you have spoken about what systems you'd like to see in place. You have spoken about what's important to you. You have spoken about how communities need to be engaged, right? Right now, I am going to need you to speak about campaigning and tactic. When we say we are mobilizing people's power, how are we mobilizing people? What you're going to do is, in your groups, you will choose 3 key issues that we will mobilize towards and organize towards leading up to 2024. What I need from you is to create a campaign and let us know what tactic that campaign is going to be about. So how are we mobilizing? Yo, if you'll write door to door, after all of that, guys, no ways. If you say we are printing t-shirts and handing it to people in sports ground with apples and bananas, please, let's just go home, all right? So the questions are on Slido. What are the 3 key issues that we are organizing towards? So this is going to be very simple. So it's going to take you 5 minutes. Why? Because of the work that you already do in communities. Plus, we are always listing issues. So what 3 issues do you think we can all organize towards 2024 for? All right? 3 issues, 5 minutes. Then we speak campaign and tactics. Your 5 minutes begins now.
All right, cool. There's Slido, that's the code. Please do have a look. Make sure that you are inputting in your group. Remote sites are having the very same conversation as well. Which 3 issues are we organizing towards for 2024? Please input your answers into Slido. Awazi bangibuka indaba. Kuthiwa ngiyarasa bafuna ukuxoxa. All right, so once you speak about your issues, what are the tactics? How are we mobilizing? It's the how, guys, that's important. Issues we know about. How are we mobilizing? Social media, on the ground, we are building a new ship, kanjani, but it needs to reach the people we want to mobilize. How? Don't forget to feed into Slido. Don't forget to feed into Slido. One person in the group, please feed into Slido. You have 3 minutes left. How are we mobilizing? Kanja, sibathola abantu. Where are we getting these people from? You have 1 minute left. All right. So before we went to lunch, there were groups who hadn't had a chance to speak. By a show of hands, can I see who it was? So that's one group. Hi, can I have everyone's attention, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone's attention, please. Everyone's attention, please. Thank you. All right, can I start with the first group? There will be roving mics. There was a hand over there. Can I start with that group, please? Which other group didn't have a chance to speak before we went to lunch? So that's 1, 2,
covered. So we'll take those first 4 hands. Again, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 in that corner. Can we please listen? Thank you. Siyabonga. Thank you.
Sorry.
Attention, attention, guys.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm Tsonga, so when a Tsonga's man stands and he wants to speak, we have to be quiet. I can't speak when you guys are speaking.
All right, can we settle down? Thank you.
I'm starting here on the ends.
Let's actually exercise the people's power. You will begin to speak once everybody is quiet, all right? Let's see how long this takes us.
Redu. Nda. In
Okay.
Venda, it's Nda. Minjani, Xitsonga. I don't know Zulu, but Molweni.
You have 30
Thobela.
seconds left.
Yeah, thank you. So let me go straight to the point. My name is Mhlanga TV from Toronto Group. I'm the team leader of the first app that assisted youth. Over 800 students has been using our app. So we'll explain much after that. So we were brainstorming as a team that what is it that we want to see before the 2024 elections. As you know, us we're being taught about politics, but politics is personality. Let's teach people the good personality. People should know leadership, not politics. Because people tend to teach people about politics. If you are someone who's born in 2000, they'll tell you about what? About this thing of corruption. If you go back, like you heard the guy who was saying something on the screen, he said something, if we go back, us we used to do things good because they didn't know about corruption. So let me go straight to the point. What is it that we want to see before election is to bring change. Create jobs for people. By how? Because people have been promising that they will create jobs for people, but they never did that. It's to change the executive in the municipalities and anywhere. Like we're saying, we're conquering here to change or to channel the politics of South Africa. It's possible to challenge the municipality as a team. I was part of the political people at school, at the university, so I know about this. Thank you. And then I'll continue with freedom of speech. I'm happy that Rivonia Sekela are allowing everyone, each and every one of us here, are allowed to speak, to give direction, even when you are young. I'm very young to people that I'm seeing here, but I'm standing, saying my point, my view with my team. I thank you for that. I won't add much, but there's a lot. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. So just quickly, did you get to a point where you were talking about how you are going to mobilize people to buy into that? Did you start that conversation? What does your mobilization look like? What does your tactic look like?
We started with what we are organizing, right? So what we are organizing, you promised and we promised you as the people who came traveling from far to bring people to be good leaders. Ne? So we decided that we will be networking, unity, and campaigns. Like this one, it's a program. This is what we are organizing for change. I'll go to the other one.
No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Ngiyabonga. There was a hand here. Yes, ma'am.
Dumela.
Yebo sawubona.
Lebitso la ka Khukumuzo, ke tlo representa group ya ka. Re tlo bolela ka manifesto. What do you want to see in 2024?
All right. Can you mention one point from your manifesto and then talk about how you will mobilize abantu?
Okay, my point in manifesto is based on crime. We are enough. We want freedom. People are dying like animals. And these days, what we know as youth, who you know matters more than what you know. As youth, we stay at home with qualification, resources, but we don't know where we can go because we don't have someone we know. Yet we have ability to do something from our own and design what we can design. But we can't because we don't know who you're going to, who is going to be maybe present to you, introduce you to other people. we are staying in poverty, not because we are unable, because we don't know who to talk to these days. So it's very sad and unfortunate. And this thing of poverty, from 2024, we as youth, we have to stand up and stand together and fight it. We cannot live, we are afraid. Our kids are getting into drugs day and day. They are introduced to gangsters. We are not safe. So this must end.
Nkosi Mama, thank you so much. Siyabonga. We'll go to that group and then we'll take, I think there was a hand. Aibo, where have they gone? Was there a hand in that group or I need to replace? Who hasn't spoken? Can I please take that hand after that group? Thank you.
Dumelang.
Yebo sawubona.
Okay, my name is Lawrence Manaka and I'm from Equal Education. I think the first thing that we must note is that the personal is politics, right? So if we want to fix this, the first thing that we must do is define the livelihoods of people. So that is the first step on doing this. So our manifesto consists of our dreams, right? And we have 3. Number 1, we said that we need to make sure that we have skills and education, right? This is then going to eliminate crime in the country, and it's going to help it's going to make sure that we have jobs, and it's also going to give people entrepreneurship skills, right? But what we were looking for, okay, so let me try to tie it down for everyone so that I don't confuse people. Number 1 is skills and education, right? Number 2 is unemployment, like we need to solve unemployment. So when you look at it, when we provide skills for people to get jobs and for people to create jobs, it then fixes the unemployment situation. And then we then say that we'll like a country that has free basic services, right? So this is going to serve as like the universal income.
Apologies for that.
So with the free basic services, basically, right, we're not saying that we want things for free, but remember we said that we want to define the livelihoods of people, right?
Yes.
So we're saying that if people can have minimal things like electricity, water, then this means that we're going to be able to do away with crime because people are no longer focusing on the basic needs, but they're now thinking about how to move the country forward. Those are the 3 solutions that we have.
Nice.
Oh, the mobilizing, it's, we're going to mobilize through grassroots organizations, basically. So I believe everyone who's here is from a certain organization, and then we're going to use tools such as me speaking to her, and she speaks to someone else. That's how we're
Word
going to be
of
mobilizing, rather.
Very powerful, word of mouth. Thank you for that. And then we will come to this group.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Shumi the Poet. With my group here, in terms of the manifesto, we've come with a point where we say we want to manifest an environment which we say is a drugs-free society. Currently, if you can see, we have young people who are involved in drugs, and we see trauma. People are like zombies in the ghetto. Even children at schools, they're looking at these Nyaupe guys, and this is a very trauma to these young people. So we say we want to live in an environment which is free, even if it's booze. You're not only referring to drugs, which is Nyaupe and other related drugs, but also talking about alcohol. The abuse of alcohol in South Africa, it's rising. It's a very big issue to young people of South Africa. We need to manifest that and work in that. And we're saying also, we as a collective, we came to say the restrictions of spiritual practices in South Africa, it becomes a very serious issue currently. If we can look at it, how pastors can make money in South Africa and go to their countries and do as they please, and also illegal traditional healers who come here and ruin the image of South African traditional healers who are well registered in the entities, who come here and do illegal abortion and so forth, which are creating bad image for South Africa and as a spiritual practice country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we look into the remote sites quickly? I know there are a couple of hands, but it's not just us in this space who are also engaging. Can we have a look at the remote sites, what their feedback is, please? But yes, you've mentioned crime, you've mentioned drugs, you've mentioned the high rate of unemployment. The issues we are aware of, right? We also know what has to be done. But the only issue is how do we then mobilize, which is the key question, all right?
when we speak about mobilization, who are we targeting? Where are the people that we need in this space? And how do we reach them, which is very important. Which language are we using, which also excludes so many in the country? Are we mindful of that? Even when we look around this room, not everybody is represented. There are minority groups who are not here, right? How then do we reach those people to, again, a word that has been ringing around and around of inclusivity, right? Mobilizing people's power to rise.
Someone responding on Zoom.
All right, so there is a bit of a technical issue in terms of the remote sites. I will ask that they please put their responses into the WhatsApp group and I'll be able to read it out. Let us continue with hands. So far, there was one hand at the back. All right, there was Usisi who hasn't spoken the whole day today. I need her to speak today. And then we will please come to Uma at the back. We will take 3, and who hasn't spoken? When you told me to shut up because I'm taking your time. 4, and then we'll come back again after those. Number 1, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we said the way that we would mobilize is that we need to have a unique messaging that's around what our manifesto is about. For an example, having a message that's unique, perhaps that says rise up for change. And then how do we reach these people? So firstly, we use social media. I think we're sending text messages also, engaging in interviews with the people that we are targeting. And also we realize that most of the time when we are looking at campaigns, we're looking at people that are already voting. So we are not going to schools to actually speak to the guys that are 15 years or so that will be going to the voting polls in the year 2024. So yeah, I think also community debates amongst the candidates that are running for the office of government. Thank you.
Enkosi Mama. So messaging, social media for social change, and community engagements. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Petunia Parasi, and our group, in terms of what we want to manifest, we spoke about manifesting a joyful, happy, community, and that we will do through making sure that every South African has electricity, running water, sanitation and shelter, skills-based education to unlock doors and build industry within South Africa, manifest nutritious food because there's food scarcity in South Africa, abantu bayalamba. And then we also spoke about liberation of the mind. We need to change our mindset. You know, there's a saying, it's biblical, it says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And another says, as a man thinketh, so is he. So we need to liberate people's minds so that they may experience the full benefits of freedom. We need to revolutionize South Africa through fourth industrial revolution, and leaders with expertise in their portfolio. The group feels strongly that the current government doesn't look at the leaders' skill sets before they appoint them to an office. And we need to do that. And the things that we need to organize towards is the spirit of community. We need to, you know, build a social compact. We need to move together as society. We need to create an independent, self-sufficient society. Not
thank you, Mama. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker, is there a mic? All right, while we wait for that, can we go to Durban quickly? Durban, please feedback in terms of your tactics. Durban, can you hear me? Durban? Malusi? You're muted.
All right, almost there. If you're currently on mute, unmute.
My goodness.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. We are ready for you.
And we are ready for you.
Thank you. Devin, say hi.
Hi. Durban, you may start.
As as earlier I said, we must try and change the system at the top. So, Tina, we said implement the retirement in government and have that rule once you're 60, you are a pensioner. Because in other work industries, they have that rule once you're 60 or over 60, you pension. And try and give the younger generation a chance to lead. And see, are they going to bring the change that we want, or now are they going to do as it's being done right now? And then change that 18 to 35 age restriction. Because I feel like people have been restricted. If you're over 35, where must you get a job? Because honestly, if we all apply in 70 or you want leadership or you want things these are or you are 18 to 35. So if you're over 35, what will happen? So we want to change that. And then have equal and improve civic education. Then they will see teach in Ghana, maybe in high school, that's going to help them in future to find employment or create employment for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So again, giving young people the opportunity to lead, but touching on education as well, teaching the kids relevant information to enable them to contribute to the economy and exist in a socio-economic space. All right. There were already pointed hands, if I'm not mistaken. All right. There was a guy here. And then there's one hand here. You repeat it, eh? Yes. Yes.
Okay. For us, we will particularly speak about our manifesto. So we say that the People's Manifesto will prioritize arts, sports, and recreational activities. We will prioritize women and children's rights because we feel like the 16 days of activism is not really effective, so the activism days should be 365 days. And we will ensure sustainable development by ensuring that youth are given the necessary skills to be able to effectively compete in the economy and in the job market. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I will take one hand here and then move over to Umtata. So if they can please get ready. One hand here and then Umtata, please come through.
Sanbona Foods. Me and my little group were focusing on manifesting mostly on the educational system, the free rehabilitation centers, and the safety and security. On the educational systems, we were looking at the fact that we are learning more of theory than practical studies. And in theory, sometimes it cannot help us go to places we want to go to. Because we have skills. We were born with talents, with different talents and skills. So we are chained up because we are now focusing on their theory. And we are now supposed to learn on theories than practicals. If we look at the fact that mesingayenza theory, practical, we can singafunda ukwenza umsebenzi ngezandla bese siyakwazi ukuyenza imali ngaphandle than ukuthi sofundisiwa ngama plants, then we look at plants, then we have nothing to do with plants. Bese on the rehabilitation centers sibonile ukuthi kuma community wethu there is too much drugs. So if we find a way probably of having free rehabilitation centers, because abanye bethu we have cousins that are into drugs. They're willing ukuthi bangaphuma kuma-drugs, but then they can't. So they are forced to continue with crime so that they feed their own addiction. So if we have free rehabilitation centers, probably the number of crime and the number of drug addicts can decrease.
Yeah.
Ngiyabonga.
Enkosi baba. Tata, you're up. Hi.
Hello, we here.
Yes, you can go.
We've dwelt quite a number of issues, but we have streamlined them into only 5 points. The first submission we're coming up with, the political office must be made unattractive purely because the political office has been presented wrongly as if it's a get-rich-quick scheme. We are saying, please sponsor a position paper which is going to talk about the representativity in order to ensure that whoever ascends the highest office does so meritoriously, not about how many people can he or she pass and buy. We are also concerned about the critical aspect of the economy. We're saying our economy is more consumptive than productive. There is very little about industrialization, and also there is nil about skills development, because we believe that your learnerships and your internships, they do not do anything towards transferring skills. We are saying, whilst we're working for 2024, we need to address urgently the aspect of food security. And when we talk about food security, we are saying, what is happening is that in our area, for instance, there are more than 15 retail stores. Those retail stores, they get their produce and they are aware 500 kilometers away from us. And yet we are endowed with quite huge tracts of land. People have been made to believe that agriculture is not attractive. And yet, if we can use this term, let us go back to basics. We must consume, we must eat what we consume. And by so doing, there will be an extension of an economic output. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the how part of it, we have deliberated and wish to submit to you that South Africa has got 4,468 wards. And we cannot run away from the fact that for our message to be taken seriously, it must filter to those wards. And it therefore means that, and this is also a humble request to Rivonia Circle to say, let there be an establishment of a technical team which is going to look specifically into mass mobilization. Mass mobilization to say, how does this message reach out to 4,468 wards, so that at the end of the day, come 2024, we will be in a better position. And the rest of it you shall get through Ms. Pumlangis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siyabonga kakhulu. We also have Mafikeng's contributions, which says our ideal manifesto would be to frame policies around progress done by government to be available on a consistent basis. All projects done should be reported. 2, strengthen laws and accountability measures around offenders. Example, rape offenders should not be eligible for bail. Number 3, the job economy would be based off a person's competence level and not age. And lastly, to decentralize SOEs. Thank you so much, Mafikeng, for the contribution. Due to time, can I kindly ask, I note your hands. I promise we would not even finish in 2 hours if we were doing the session, because I completely understand that your manifestos and your tactics are endless and absolutely important. However, I do need to cut this session short due to time and hand over to Esther, who will then guide us in terms of what is next. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for your contributions. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Sis Nonkululeko.
Sis-
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for leading us in that very important work of unpacking these very important questions in terms of what we want to do. People, we know what it gets like towards the end of the day. We're getting tired. We're getting restless. But some would argue that political parties will also say that, you know, they started out well, then they got tired. Let's not emulate. Let us continue in the work of being focused through to the end and finish what we started. Let us not be of those abaphela amandla and lose focus of what we're here to do. So let's continue in the good work that we're here to do today. The end is in sight, and the end will be worth it because we will truly have made great strides in what we're trying to do. There's a plenary session that we're going to go into now that speaks to some of the comments that came from the group, and it is around intergenerational leadership and handing over the baton and transferring the knowledge and ensuring, I think there was a word that was said there, that even if we do not live to see the change that we are working towards, we will have started a work that others will be able to benefit from going forward. So we're going to go into that session now, and we're going to ask 3 people to come up onto the stage, please, if you do not mind. Ulondiwe Mdambo, Mentzaba, and Irfan Mangera. If you could please come up onto the stage for your discussion around intergenerational leadership and the handing over of that baton across the generations. Siseze ngomsebenzi bethu umsebenzi uselapha. The work is still before us. I did call Manzaba. I did. We are here. Hello, Ma. Doesn't she look lovely? Me, I want a baton handed over to me by someone who looks this lovely. This is it. Grace, all the way to the stage. To the stage. The stage is yours. Leave us here on the floor. The stage is yours. Menzaba and Lund, oh, thank you guys so much. So you're welcome to go up onto the stage and to have the discussion. Yes, I'm told you are standing because, but the work of handing over must happen in standing. So I'm going to hand over to you to have it's about a 10 minutes discussion that you're going to have for us. And then very importantly, colleagues in the room, we're going to move on then to a closing session after this, where we talk about the pledge that is going to summarize and cement today. So I think this is a critical session that leads us into that. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really pleasing for me to see the momentum picking up. A few months ago, when Tessa approached me and told me about Rivonia Circle, I said, Tessa, I'm out of it. I've done it all. I'm out of it. I don't think I have the energy. And she said, no, come on, man. We need people like yourself who can advise and inspire the younger generation. And I said, okay, I'll try. And my very first meeting, I think it was here, and I was really inspired. I gave a talk there about how people should encourage each other to participate. Anyway, today I'm actually not giving a talk. I am told that there are a few people who want to usurp power from the senior citizens, and we shall hand it over soon. Anyway, I wanted to just talk about something that is very interesting. In Finland today, the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, they pronounce it Sanna Mariel or Sanna whatever, in English we pronounce it Sanna Marin. Sanna Marin is 34 years old. It's a lady who is 34 years old and is the Prime Minister of Finland. Now Finland is one of the, we are told it's one of the best run democracies in the world. And it is run by a 34-year-old lady. In Africa, the youngest president is the president of Ethiopia, President Ahmed. He is 45. So in Africa, when we brag about our youth, we are pointing at a 45-year-old. That's the youngest. And in other places, it's not just Finland. I know even the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a lady, and she's young. There are quite a number of them. And we need to ask ourselves, why? Why is it that in Africa, the borderline for a president is 45 years? And the next one is Rajulina, I think, of Madagascar. He's 47. And they're considered youth when they meet other African presidents. So today, I don't want to give a speech. I just wanted to talk about that and talk about youth. When I first joined Rivonia Circle, I must say I felt quite a bit out because I felt, yo, these are my children. And anyway, some of you are wondering how? This young Lichichi, is she a senior citizen? No. No, I just exercise a lot. I'm not young. So today, guys, Ifan, Londi, and everybody else, Tessa, and everybody else, I want to speak to my fellow senior citizens. We don't queue in the bank, so that's fine. We are having fun. We don't queue at the border post. We don't queue at the airport. We don't queue. It's fine. But there is this tendency amongst us to hang on and not believe that younger people can actually do it. We hang on. I remember the African Union, at one time, they chose President Mugabe to be chair at the age of 92. That was a travesty. What more can a 92-year-old bring to the table in terms of ideas? I thought it was a travesty. And African leaders chose President Mugabe. Whether it was to spite the West or to spite Europe or America, I don't know, but they did. And I would like to speak, I hope some of the senior citizens are listening and they can hear me and they can really understand that it's not that time is up, but we must give space for young people to lead. One, they still have the energy. They come with ideas which we did not have in the last 30, 40 years. They come with skills. They are brave. Older people are risk averse. That's for sure. And because we're risk averse, we are unable to take certain decisions. They can kill me if they so wish, but it is true. And today is the day that I, representing the senior citizens, we are saying, yes, we are handing over to the young people to lead. Thank you.
Rise, young people, rise.
Rise.
Rise, young people, rise. Rise, young people, rise. Sanbon. Ninjan. Nisay rise. Igama lami uLondiwe ngowakaMntambo. Nguza nezulu uMaMntambo womlondo wonhlangothi.
listen to the energy that I was talking about.
It's important ukuthi ngizisho ukuthi ngubani, because it informs the way that I think about our lives, the way that I think about our country, the way that I think about our future. The reason I think it's important to say ukuthi ngubani is because ukuthi ngubani has taught me to carry people who have been here with us before, who are no longer with us. One. It has also taught me to carry those people while fixing or completing their missions, to carry those people while we fix inkinga esikuzona, right? The second thing is that it tells me and it tells you that I am concerned with healing. And if we can agree that South Africa has been wounded and that South Africa has been hurt, we can also agree that we must be in a process of healing. Manje-ke, yazi mawulapha umuntu njengomlaphi uyayumfisa ukuthi abe ngcono. Right? So if we think about healing and we think about South Africa, sesifisa ukuthi South Africa ibe ngcono. Right? That's the first thing. And so for me, when we think about leadership and we think about intergenerational leadership, we have to think about a leadership, and when we think about youth leadership, we have to think about a leadership that prioritizes well-being. I-well-being yami, i-well-being yakho, i-well-being yabantu of this country, right? When we think about youth leadership, we think about innovation. We think about the energy. We think about people who are thinkers. But we also think about, and I think that this is really, really important, we think about people who are experts at their context. Young people are experts at this country because we live it every day, and somehow we survive it every day. We all know the stats of violence. Mangabala stats of violence, sonke siyawazi. But yet, and mangabala stats of unemployment, sonke siyawazi. But yet, young people still survive. And they survive this country, they survive the violence, they survive the unemployment. And so what are the lessons there? We need to ask ourselves, how are they surviving? What are the lessons there? When we think about movement building and we think about young people, we all know that young people in this country have been engaged with movement building at least for the last 10 years. In different ways, in different fields, in their communities, in their university spaces, in TVET colleges, in the different spaces that they occupy. And so when you are going to create a movement, or when we are going to get together and decide that we are going to start a movement, the people that we consult are the people who have built movements before. That's it. The people who are experts in the room become the people who have built movements before. And in this country, young people have built movements for the last 10 years. Whether we're talking about ambassadors for change in Mahikeng, or we're talking about 56 Tambo in Bloem, or we're talking about Fees Must Fall, whatever it is that we want to talk about, whatever the movements we want to talk about are, young people in this country have been mobilizing, organizing, and building movements for at least 10 years. And so when we want to talk about leadership and we want to talk about movement building, those are the people that we must consult. They are the ones who have the lessons. The second thing I'm going to, or the third thing I'm going to talk about is what is our conceptualization or what is our picture of leadership? Yazi kuyibhadi lento eshiwo uMentsaba, that when we think about youth leadership, we think about songs. It can't be. Yaxolisa songs ukukubiza ngegama. But it can't be. When we conceptualize and we envision youth leadership in this country, it can't be that the picture that we have is Fikile Mbalula. It can't be that the picture that we have is Julius Malema. Because then the bar is in the bottom, right? The bar is at the bottom. when we think about leadership, we want to think about ethics, we want to think about well-being, we want to think about prioritizing impilo zabantu. We want to think about servant leadership. We want to think about people who are going to get into parliament and be us. Not abantu who pretend to represent us, not abantu who sometimes have conversations with us on Twitter, but people who are us. And so our idea of, and our conceptualization of leadership and of what politics looks like in this country is something that fundamentally needs to shift. When we talk about leadership, we must also talk about a high rotation, like as jige, constantly, all the time, so that we stay innovative, so that we keep the energy, so that we pass on the energy. It is one of my dreams to be a retired MP when I'm 40. I want to be a retired MP at 40. Maybe I'll go be an ambassador somewhere, I don't know. But that's the dream. Because that's the goal. Because I don't want to spend my life holding on to power as a senior citizen, but I also don't want to spend my youth working to keep senior citizens who are thieves in power. I just don't want to do that. Lastly, and I'm going to hand over to my good friend Irfan. Lastly, this has been said a couple of times today. In South Africa, yethu. Yethu. That's the simple fact. That's the thing that's happening. If kuguthi mina I am not able to put in power uTsiamo, who is going to change this country because he understands this country in a way that a 70-year-old could never understand it right now. If I'm not going to do that, sizoyapi. I do not have citizenship elsewhere. Some people do. Some people have dual citizenship. Some people have the option of getting on a plane and going somewhere. Mina nawe mntomnyama. Mina nawe South Africans. Sizoyapi. If we don't do this thing ourselves. Sizoyapi.
Amandla! Amandla! Pambili, youth, pambili! Pambili, youth, pambili! I'm very tempted to say I'm covered by my good comrades, Londi. But let me take it a bit differently. Mamnitsaba, I am because you are. We are because you continue to be. And I was asked to speak today as an acceptance of this great task that we all have in front of us. An acceptance of the baton that has been passed on by generations of people like yourselves who refuse to give in and give up. With the greatest degree of gratitude, I thank you for this platform and for engaging us. I know people are tired, but it is in your tiredness that shows your willingness and sacrifice and your commitment to the South Africa we will build and how far we will go to achieve it. You, the people, us together, bear this responsibility. The people who are against the stealing of money meant for school feeding programs and children's education. The people who despise the hatred we see growing in our communities. The people who want an economy that allows us to participate in, especially as young people, where jobs are not scarce. We, the people who want to build harmony and peace and prosperity in our communities, where all young people can grow without the threat of violence. The people who are against the drug lords and mafias and unaccountable officials who continue to enable the mess that we are in currently and that we inherit every day. I am fortunate that the baton that you're speaking of now has been handed down before. many years ago before, where leaders of old and leaders of new have said, no, we need something different and we need something new. Mamnitsaba, your courage and your conviction lives on through me and Londi and all the young people you see here today. I think young people who are here, roar young people. Rise young people, rise. Rise young people, rise. Rise young people, rise. It is these young people who I walk with hand in hand who are already shaping their communities. So it's not something new, as Londi has said. They shape this country, and like I'm saying, I'm not an exception, neither are you. We are part of the thousands of young people who are sitting here today all over the country and in communities far and wide who respond to their everyday problems in service of their families, communities, and their countries. Mamnitsaba, I've just come from the AKF youth program in Magaliesburg, where we have over 90 young people, committed AKF activists who are working across 30 communities. We have built this program in just 3 years, mobilizing, organizing, and already building a consciousness in young people to take forward their struggles. We have showcased that young people are not apathetic, neither are we disconnected from this society, as many claim we are. In just 3 years, we've trained and worked with over thousands and thousands of young people and worked and collaborated with so many more. I get calls every day and every week for more young people to join and take this baton forward. So it's not just ours alone, it is theirs who want to take it forward. I won't speak to the problems because I think we've already covered it. So let me say, I want to thank you for handing it over, and that you've made a call, a clarion call to the others of your generation and those after them, not just for us as young people, but for us as young people to inspire the confidence where all South Africans who believe in our message, in our ideas, and our vision of a country to take forward this society and build it to become one that is in step with itself, united in action. I'm very hopeful. Very, very, very hopeful. And knowing that this task and baton that you have given us and is one that we accept and that resonates with people. It is a task and a baton that is built on hope and courage. And despite the noise that we are getting, despite this naysayers who are invested in this very brutal and terrible political culture, we continue to build. Despite the naysayers, despite the noise. You see them all over, especially on Twitter. I have served in my family. I have served the religious institutions I come from, my sports clubs I have served. I have served the student organizations I have come from. I have served solidarity organizations, relief and aid organizations. I have served my place of work. I have served wherever I have been called to serve. And I will continue to do so wherever the people call me to serve. This movement that we are building is more than just getting people to vote and participate in electoral politics, which is so fundamental in our democracy. It is about enabling people's power once more, so that when we chant, Amandla, the response is not just a chant. The response has meaning. The response is a feeling so that people everywhere in our country feel it, enable it, and they find their voice and practically feel empowered to take this democracy forward that you and your generation sacrificed so much for. I, for one, have endeavored to use my December break, for example, to go and visit as many dorpies and towns that I can to meet with people and activists and engage on how we rise collectively to this challenge. I will share this message of hope and courage that you are sharing with us today so that we encourage many, many, many more to take up this baton. I accept it, and by all the strength and conviction I hold in my body and heart, will never drop it. For I know I'm not alone, because you can see there are many others here who are engaged in the same process as myself and Londi. It is a generational mission, Londi. It's one that we seek not to betray, but to fulfill. It is a mission I have lived my whole life for, in service of people, and one I will continue to sacrifice for to achieve it. No one is coming to do this for us. No one. No one. No one. So, as I conclude, let me say, whichever seat you are sitting in here, at home, in the mosque, in the church, the sports field, wherever we find ourselves, we have to rise to the occasion to build the South Africa that we want. The baton is passed to all of us. Rise, South Africa, rise!
Rise!
Rise, South Africa, rise!
Rise!
Sizojigizinto.
Tulamdana.
Emukalelani.
Tulamdana.
Emukalelani. Sizojigizinto. Emukalelani. Emukalelani. Isikalo somntwana sihoye. Emukalelani. Emukalelani. Sizojigizinto. Emukalelani. Emukalelani. Amanda.
Rise, South Africa, rise one more time. Guys, we have come to the end of the day, hey? And I know people have had to go and catch transports and we are ready to go. But we have to just talk about what we do next. What's the way forward? And myself and Songs will talk about that for 2 minutes and then we're going to head. So the first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up for yourself, showing up for South Africa, and trusting us with your time. And I hope it was not wasted. The second thing I want to say is that mobilizing people's power to rise is both a collective project but also an individual one. Every one of us is going to need to get involved with mobilizing another person. They used to say, each one teach one. But because we're rising, we're going to rise that number a little bit. So at the Rivonia Circle, we've challenged ourselves to something called the power of 8. And we've decided that we are going to reach out to 8 people and mobilize 8 people. Each of us. Now, 8 isn't 1,000. Don't have to fill a hall. Don't have to fill a stadium. 8 people, you don't even fill a taxi. But you know 8 people. And if you're going to do anything to mobilize them towards 2024, whether it's a conversation about voting, whether it's a conversation about leadership, whether it's a conversation about what the issues are, all we're asking you to join us in our pledge. We call it rising to the power of 8, for those of you who did math. Rise to the power of 8. And we're asking you to rise to the power of 8, and if you want to do that pledge with us, we are inviting you to do that. But Londi also said something earlier today that I thought was important. That I think what we should do is this People's Manifesto. We should do that thing together. And so I hope that every month between now and 2024, one of you is going to invite us to a People's Manifesto engagement. Invite us to a People's Manifesto engagement in your community where we build the manifesto from your community up. So start signing up. I don't know what we're going to sign up on yet. Guys, I just said they're going to sign up. I don't know what they're signing up on. Start signing up today. Say, May is my month. May is the month for Palabora. June is the month for Zola. July is the month for who?
Who's going to take August? Bloom is taking August. I want every month we must organize a People's Manifesto meetup. And we must build the manifesto of our dreams, the mandate of our dreams. We must find people to eyeball and put it in their hands and say, you will be hired if you do this, and you will be fired if you don't. Can we commit to that? Great. Londi, you've got approval for your idea, Sissy. And Songs is going to come up. What we've done is we've listened to you throughout the day, and we've just come up with bullet points that we think summarize some of the things we've said in what we call a pledge to each other. It's something that came from our last gathering like this, where Lukona said we must commit to each other. And so we're going to put up a few things where we're going to ask us to commit to each other. But before Songs comes up with the pledge and the commitment we're going to make to each other, just pass me something, please. When you leave here today, when you exit the door, there will be 2 flags on the grass outside. And they are blank South African flags. There will also be paint outside. And I'm going to ask you if you are willing to raise your hand to mobilize for people's power, that you put some paint on your hand and you put it on this flag. And this is a sign that we are raising our hand together. Can we do that? Can we raise our hand? Can we raise the flag? In the other venues, they also have one like this. And so in all venues, if you're willing to raise your hand, let's get our hands dirty. Let's get our hands dirty for South Africa. Let's raise our hand. Raise your hand for South Africa. Let's get our hands dirty. Let's fill this flag with the right colors in the right places, nah, guys? The red goes on top, the blue goes at the bottom, the green is in the middle. But let's create these flags with our hands as a symbol that we are committing to each other. And we are committing to this thing, Project South Africa together. Are we good? So this will be on the grass outside, in Durban and in the Eastern Cape, in Mafikeng, also do it outside. But we all have one of these and we're going to post them and we'll send them to you when they're done. Is that cool? All right, Songeza Zibi, your last word for the day is just to get us to pledge and commit to each other. And then we are going home, guys, because you guys have done the most today.
Right. Rise, South Africa, rise. Rise, South Africa, rise. Andiniva. Rise, South Africa, rise. That's okay. So, in order for this not to just be a talk shop, we're going to do 2 things. The first is we're going to make a pledge to one another. We're going to make a pledge to one another. And we are going to put it up. I would like to ask that those who are sitting at the back, we come a little bit closer. We come a little bit closer. And we read it. Our pledge to one another. We recognize that South Africans want to participate in generating and implementing solutions. South Africans seek leaders with track records of solutions, not promises. South Africans want to build a new political culture. South Africans seek public representatives accountable to the people and not to political parties. South Africans want an economy that works for everyone, not just a few. South Africans desire freedom from fear and desire a capable state that delivers on the promises of our Constitution. Are we agreed? Are we agreed? Okay, let's move on. Therefore, we pledge to be loyal to the South African Constitution in all we do. We are not going to break the law. We are not going to do shady things. One of the principles of our Constitution is openness. Everything we've discussed here has been streamed on the internet. Nobody can say we got behind a closed door and had a discussion and they don't know what we discussed or what was said. They can always go back and look for it, and they will find it. Every moment today was on the internet. We also pledge to work together to build an inclusive movement driven by the people on the foundation of new alternative politics to contest for political power in election 2024. We pledge, and deliver. We pledge, this is number 3, is very important. Very, very important. We pledge to work in our communities and volunteer to find solutions to make our communities safe and prosperous. Guys, number two must not happen without number 3 happening first. There must not be a single meeting, not a single meeting, whether you are 5 people or 20 people or 100, where all you discuss is number 2. There must always be number 3 first, because number 2 is irrelevant without number 3. There is no number 2 without number 3. So we must always start with what is the problem in the community? What can we solve ourselves? What can we solve together with others? What are we going to force our government to do because it is its job? We must always lead the finding of solutions. Earlier on I said, we must have a focused anger to find solutions. There is no movement that is just driven by anger that succeeds. We must find solutions to our problems. Number 4, we pledge to be organizers, volunteers, and develop ethical, not thieves, ethical, accountable leaders. And the leaders are in this room. The leaders are in this room. Everybody in this room is a leader. Why? Because a leader is somebody who takes responsibility. And all of you guys are here because you've taken responsibility. If any of you walks out of here and you say there is no leadership, I will get very upset with you, because you are leadership. You are leadership. So to be organizers, volunteers, and develop ethical. We will develop those leaders, not someone else, we, here. Ethical, accountable leaders, capable of leading our country and communities. Our country and communities. This is our country, guys. We have as much of a right to say what it needs to look like as everybody else. Are we agreed with this pledge? Are we agreed with this pledge? Amen. Rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, South Africa, rise! So, what's next? It's very important now that we are focused. So, the first thing we're going to do, if you did not leave your phone number on the form outside, please do. Because we are going to develop a form that you are going to get on SMS and you are going to get on WhatsApp later on. You must fill in that form so that the summary of what was discussed here that we send, we are able to provide to you. The discussions today, so that you can share them with other people. So that you can share them with other people. That's the first thing. The second thing, you can also send that form to your friends and your family and your colleagues to say they also need to sign up to this pledge. That's the second thing that we need to do. We are going to work frantically over the next few days to build a website for the RISE campaign. Why? Because we need to have a platform. That's the form. Because we need to have a platform where you can highlight issues of your community. You can say what needs to go into that people's manifesto. You can deposit your ideas. You can ask other people to sign up, and all our views, we get to see them every day. We don't have a website yet, but we know some smart people are going to make one. Now, if you've got the details and you've left your details there, you will get the details of that website. Lastly, we must go, because we must convene again and again and again, because we must always make decisions together. What we are going to do as a last job for all of us. Using that power of 8 that Tessa spoke about earlier on, we need to make sure that we have signed up over 10,000 South Africans to sign up to this same pledge. Can we do it? Can we do it? Is 10,000 too big or too small? 20,000. 20,000. Guys, this, too small. 30, how much? 1 million. There is 1 million. Can we find 1 million South Africans? Can we find 1 million? Guys, we can do it. Guys, we can do it. So the Rivonia Circle, we're offering ourselves as an agent just for this phase of the work. If we are going to have, and I'm convinced we will have a movement, we will have a campaign, what we will do, one of the things you need to do is to say what you want to do. Because the Rivonia Circle only has 14 people. The Rivonia Circle only has 14 people. We are not a movement. We cannot be everywhere. We're going to need people in this room to lead where they are. We're going to need people in this room to lead where they are. Because you were in this conversation, you know everything that was said here. You can go and talk to your colleagues and your families and your communities. We need to be in every district, in every municipality, in every community. That's a lot of people. And therefore we need to sign up. Rivonia Circle's job is to make sure that all of that infrastructure is possible. So we want to communicate with everybody that was here and everybody that you want for us to communicate with. And we must do all of this with openness. If you meet in your community, no closed doors, no closed meetings. Anybody like you saw today can walk in and walk out. Anybody can log in and log out on the internet. Because we have open conversations here. And then we will build a movement. So our job is to take this mandate, compile all of the information, get back to you, and organize the next convening, where there will be thousands of South Africans, not 500. Sizawusebenza. Rise, South Africa, rise! Rise, South Africa, rise!
And now we can rise and go home as we take the pledge. As we take the pledge, I want to thank all of our moderators. I want to thank Zinhle. I want to thank Spamandla. I want to thank Esther. I want to thank X, who has just left, Nonkululeko. Everybody who has made this work. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank everybody who has traveled from far. People who have gotten on planes and trains and buses. I want to thank everybody who has given their time. And as we leave, we're going to leave here in the spirit of South Africa and say a prayer to our country. And this is how it's going to go. And as you leave, remember, please go out. And the flags are outside. But we are actually, our work here is done.
Usibuluke murena Sichaba sa Usibuluke murena Usibuluke murena. It's a prayer, y'all. It's a prayer. Sichaba sa Yesu. Usibuluke wena. Sichaba sa